because you say, so if I say time stop, Mitchell, I'm assuming you imagine somebody stopping time and then acting outside of it for a brief period, correct?
Yeah.
Did you know that time stop only stops time for other creatures?
What do you mean?
Like, so if you're stopping time and only you are acting out of it, if you drop like a rock or something, that rock's not going to fall because time's frozen.
Yeah.
Time stop doesn't. If you drop the rock after casting time stop, it just fall. Time stop only affects
All right.
creatures.
DM Fiat. No.
I'm going to ping. I'm gonna ping people in my game. I'm gonna reword it a little bit so that it does do that because as
Yeah.
things currently
It
stand,
should.
it's
Freaking
so
really?
stupid. Yeah, it only affects creatures. It's
Stupid.
time stops flowing for all creatures except for you. And so like, I
Yeah,
mean,
no.
admittedly, it leads to some interesting or one interesting concept I can think of, which is like a trap master or something. Because if somebody takes damage during the spell doesn't end unless you're the one that causes the damage or the effect. So if somebody triggers like a boulder trap and you just cast time stop and all the people are frozen as the boulder runs them over.
Seth,
Which
a massive boulder trap that just drops like 18 separate boulders.
like it that's such a funny concept to me, but it's like that's the only one I like the only use I could see of time stop like letting objects flow as well
Maybe
as
opening a
things
trap
currently
door.
stand.
Or maybe opening a trapdoor under people, and then stopping time, and they just hit the ground 2 miles down instantly.
Since it
Well,
fucking
they would be
freezes
they would be
everything.
frozen in time, so they would not move if you open the trap door.
This is
You
true.
use time stop.
So the
time
trap
stop
door
so you
would
can
open.
try and
At
escape.
the same
then-
time,
door.
you could, as long as you didn't deal damage, you could open the trap door and then just push them on like beneath the door, so there's
Yeah,
no way
push
they
them
can
like 10 feet down with a pole.
Ah,
I
Why would-
yeah,
think
and then
so.
you don't deal damage.
But
Why
time
like-
stop
why the
specifies
coyote then?
if you make any effect that affects a creature other than you. So if you moved them, the spell would stop.
Come on.
Welcome to time stop, where it's like, look at this cool spell. It's literally my favorite spell in the spell book. It's so cool. Stopping time is such a sick ability.
you could definitely Wile E. Coyote them though with the trapdoor thing.
But like,
Whether-
I wanna stop time and then just unload like a minigun at people, and then like time resumes and then all the bullets come at once.
I mean,
It makes
you
me
can
so
do that
mad.
in not quite minigun, but you can do it in Dishonored.
You could get
You
to a
stop
high-
time in like a room full of guards, and then you just set up all the shots.
Yeah, that's true. You can do that.
And then when you release time, everyone gets shot at once.
See, I love shit like that.
And then, of course, you can also go and do stuff like, allow someone to shoot themselves by teleporting them over there or moving them in front of their shot.
You could use the wish spell to make time stop work better.
But also, time stop is also funny because not only does it have all these like limitations and restrictions and like disclaimers almost, it also it's like variable of how good it is because it's 1d4 plus 1 rounds. So you could potentially cast a 9th level spell to get 2 actions. Or 2 turns rather, not actions. Which is just fucking wild to me, by the way.
Wait a minute, if it freezes shit in space, time stop, walk up to them, set up a fucking 2 interdimensional spaces trap, and then just walk away. That's if it freezes shit in space, which it base doesn't. But you could just fucking do that.
I mean, you could
For my
still do
world-
that. It's just you just have the spell run out then.
Yeah.
You go, you feed one bag into another, and then portable hole into a bag of folding,
Mhm.
and then just misty step out of the radius, or whatever you need to get
Yeah.
out of the radius.
Bye-bye
and then-
now.
There you go, party gone. Because there's
I'm
no save, I believe. I think it's just you go into
No,
the
I
portal
don't believe
now.
there is. It's just, hey, you're now in the ethereal plane forever.
Now the thing is, if you're moving those together and putting them in each other, that I think that would trigger instantly.
Is the range of
Because I'm
time stop
assuming
like
the time
universe
stop isn't
wide?
stopped across all planes, and they are pocket dimensions.
So why can't you?
No, I was just saying set it up to where like you have it to where the second time stop ends, one falls into the other.
Ah, okay.
cast
Well,
time
if you
stop,
could do that. But...
Yeah.
summon some goons from some other plane, and have them beat the shit out of the guys who can't move. Well,
Yeah, I would say that you still caused that because you summoned them.
Yeah, you
Mhm.
do cause it.
okay. So where do we draw the line in like causality then?
You're directly causing that. So,
What if?
but
So
there.
if what about if I cast time stop, and someone else?
The funny thing is, if you had 3 wizards that cast time stop at the same time, they can all act at once
Well, so
because
Mitchell,
they're
here,
only affected.
so
And then
here's
you allow the 3 wizards to each cast spell each because or I guess the other 2 because their time stops will still be off. And then you'll
So-
have the third one that holds it on. So they get
So Mitchell,
blasted.
I'm
Twice.
actually changing time stop a little bit. I'm making it for starters. It lasts for 5 rounds when you use it. You get the maximum. It's a 9th level spell. Hell yeah.
Mhm.
Also, I'm making it that if you see someone casting time stop, you can cast time stop as a reaction, and you both enter the stop time at the same time,
Wizard duel all of a sudden.
which is so funny to me because I love the idea of like the barbarians swinging their axe, and then like in a split second, the 2 wizards are like on separate sides of the room, both dead, and before his axe, you just falling. It's like, what the heck just happened?
What the hell's happening?
No one has any clue what the hell went down.
Fucking the entire rest of the fight has to take a timeout to figure out what the fuck just happened. It's like everyone's drawing on the ground in the dirt, like, so they were there. And then suddenly they were over there. What happened? Who
The
did
cleric
this?
cast speak with dead. All right, come on, man. What went down? Not Dylan, you.
Time duels. What? Sorry, what?
Before you
What does that
resurrect them,
mean?
you just look at each other. You look at the corpse. Tell me what happened. Resurrect me first, asshole.
No,
Oh,
tell me
that's
what
so-
happened. It was a time duel. It's none of your fucking business.
It's all. That's just such a funny concept to me as well, like a time battle. Cause like, I know if you're casting 9th level spells, you're not gonna be the type of character that's like throwing shit at the enemy. But like, you couldn't. Like, you're fighting them, it throws down, and you shoot an arrow at them, and the arrow just stays there. Like, ah, fuck.
I can just imagine the wizard fire an arrow at him. What exactly did you think was going to happen? I mean, I'm used to time working correctly, and
It'd be funny.
Look, man. Usually when I come here, there's nobody else moving around. Like you set up to like shoot an arrow at the one of the guy's friends. He just walks over, just moves the arrow. It's like, hey.
Get that shit out.
I know you probably can't do it because it'd be freaking hilariously broken. At least in some ways for enemies. But if you go and you have a wizard who's, or I guess not a wizard, a sorcerer, I don't know if they can, but I kind of doubt it. But if they go and they use a spell thing to have certain targets be immune to the effects, like the fireball type of thing,
They
and
do
you just
have
pick
one.
minions.
They have sculpt spell like that, but it gives them advantage on the saving throw against it, not. And there's
Yeah.
no saving throw for time stop, sadly.
But it would be funny to be able to just now I can't hurt them, but you guys can.
You know, it's
You just beat on them for 5 rounds.
So,
Could you
Theo.
teleport your friend. Oh, go on.
Your ward mage thing, isn't one of their abilities like they can cast spells that have a cast or like a range of self on someone else?
Yes.
Do they get access to time stop because it has a range of self?
Uncertain.
Duh, Theo, they totally should. Because think about how sick that'd be. You freeze yourself in time, but you let somebody else act.
You, my son, you should be the one who gets on the figgy pudding. Imagine not explaining that to someone ahead of time, though. So just the first thing they do is they shoot someone. And the time stop ends.
What?
What the fuck?
They
What's
look
happening?
around like, am I dreaming? Like, what?
Yeah.
Monka.
They think that they're just like trapped in hell, so they like go around just confused, and then time stop ends, and they just get the shit beat out of them by the enemy.
Yeah, they get gate, shape change, time stop, and true polymorph.
Oh hell yeah!
Honestly, I can't wait for the party to never get time stop in Jake's campaign, so it's actually just hard buffing the enemy.
Or allies.
No,
If you guys get high enough leveled allies that
What
have it,
level is true polymorph?
true
I
polymorph
guess
is 9th.
polymorph. 9th.
Regular polymorph is 4th, but
Yeah, but you can't cast polymorph turn into a dragon.
well,
yeah, that's true.
Because
I
could
saw
you
some-
imagine that? You're just fighting a wizard, and then all of a sudden he goes, stop. And then all of
I
a
saw some
sudden
fucking
time
bizarre
resumes,
tech.
and you just are facing down a freaking, great dragon.
Where the fuck did
You
this
just get
come
freaking
from?
breath weaponed, like, immediately.
Mitchell, I think you'll appreciate this bizarre tech I saw the other day.
Hmm.
Which was a way to make it to where you are permanently a adult brass dragon, I think.
Yes?
And it can't be dispelled. So you have to true polymorph yourself, wait until that runs its course, so you are now fully polymorphed. You then have to clone yourself because it will then clone the current you, which is you as a adult brass dragon. And then when you die, you go into the clone's body. But the clone doesn't have a true polymorph cast on it, so it can't be dispelled. So you are just now a dragon. Of course, all of this
Classic.
relies on the DM not saying, no, that's fucking stupid.
What are you talking about? That's amazing.
Why hasn't someone run a monster campaign where we just get to be things from the monster manual? That sounds sick.
That does sound sick, but I
Mostly
don't know how
because
you
you'll
manage
have to
leveling.
create that sort of stuff because
Yeah.
it doesn't exist in 5e anymore.
5e sucks. 3.5 gamer.
Yeah. Well, because you could do stuff like that in 3.5. You could do that in freaking 2. It like
Yeah,
Yeah.
there
because
were
there's,
monster races you could play in
There are
2e.
race adjustment
know-
levels, or whatever the
You
hell.
know how I would do that
Yeah.
actually?
Well, you could play apparently as like Hierosphinx and Harpies and all that other stuff in 2e with Nastara. Like there was actual rules for playing monsters. And cool monsters, no less.
What I would do for a monster campaign like that is let you just play as the monsters from the monster manual, but your character isn't the monster themselves. Your character is like this little like spirit that almost like possesses the monster, and as you're fighting bigger and better monsters, you can like upon beating them jump from your monster to theirs, and then you become that monster until you then do it again.
This is some Time Cops level shit. I love
Yes.
it.
It is time cops.
I can't wait for that one person who ends up getting the strongest monster and just ends up killing all of the rest of them.
Well, hold on. We could just say like
Yeah.
you can pick any monster that's CR5 or lower that you just are, and then grab a level in a class, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, you could do that as well.
I don't think all CR5s are created equal.
No, they aren't.
Not
Well,
all
you know,
CRs are created equal.
We
Full
can
stop.
do it case by case to make sure it's more or less.
Yeah, because
balanced.
CR is
Yeah.
basically a
A lie.
imaginary system that sometimes works.
True. Yeah.
Whereas the difference between a CR5 something and another CR5 something is sometimes very, very large, because sometimes they'll just get completely raffle stomped, and other times they'll completely ruin a party of level 5s.
Mhm.
And it's not based on the dice, it's just this monster is not a CR5.
Yeah, it's just because, the CR system is lies made for criminals.
Yep.
It was how in like 3.5 a cockatrice was like.
Well, because 3.5 CR system actually worked.
Well,
At least
even
significantly better than 5's does.
Okay, better, I'll grant you, but there were still standouts. Like I can remember Cockatrice being on the random encounter table for like a level 1 party. It
Yeah,
just
because
rolls up.
cockatrice are awful. They just have a really dangerous ability if they hit you.
He's like, "Hello, you're all dead immediately." Haha, see ya.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, it's because they have
the
to get into
cockatrice
melee.
is one of
It's
the
yeah, it's not like a Medusa where you have to get close enough.
a cockatrice is an interesting example because it's something that the fight with it
So
can go
toothless now.
insanely easy or insanely hard just based off of a very select number of dice rolls.
There's like
Yeah.
no middle ground. So whenever you roll out with a cockatrice, it's like I'm prepared for
Although
several party
petrification in
members to die.
5e is so toothless now. So sad. You're hit by a cockatrice. Yeah, you're a statue for a day. It's fine.
Well, no, I think a lot of 5e has been sort of detoothed because I think the
I think
paradigm
Medusa can permanently turn you into a statue.
is
Yep,
the
But I
paradigm.
think
can.
it's like one of the only creatures. I still one of my favorite encounters of the Medusa is I was playing it wasn't technically a paladin. I think a pact knight or something like that. So basically a binder that like specifically was bound to a certain vestige.
Mhm.
And so I was fighting Medusa out in the woods at one point alone because my character had gotten lost. And so my character had such a high fortitude save, she was a dwarf, that she literally stared into the Medusa's eyes the entire combat and just beat it to death.
Checks out.
Just to freaking prove her domination.
I
She's like, I fear not death from you.
that's been pretty much the paladin at this point in our fucking Pathfinder game. I think their lowest save was like a 20.
Yep.
They have a higher reflex save than I have any save, which makes me kind of fucking hose mad.
Yeah.
That was like one of their things though in 3.5 and 5e or 3.5 and Pathfinder. I mean, it was like really high saving throws.
Yeah, but the reflex save is supposed to be their bad one.
Yeah, it turns out buffing your saves
Yeah.
also hits reflex.
There's actually a fucking part. So we're very late in the game. We're like in the very final encounter. So we're like level 17, and we had a level 16 counter where a hazard, quote unquote, was the fact that there was arsenic on like the ground because it was a place where they were trying to mine out gold. And there was this gold dust looking shit that ended up being like just fucking flooded with arsenic. And we kept getting knocked down, and whenever you get knocked down, you'd fucking fall into a bunch of arsenic and you'd have to make a fortitude save. And we physically couldn't fail it. So just be knocked down into arsenic, taking a big lungful, stand up and get back to it.
That is one thing I'm remembering about 3.5 and Pathfinder is like with all of the plus X buffs, you kind of just like accrue over being a character up to that level. It's like you're just insane.
Although I think save's still played by the Nat 1 is an auto fail, isn't it?
No. Nat 1s are auto fails on attacks, and Nat 20s are auto wins on attacks. That's pretty much it though in Pathfinder.
Jeez. Well, there's no chance of accidentally failing.
Yeah.
That's kind of lame in some ways. I get
my
it in
last-
some ways, but yeah.
My last session in Pathfinder fucking was not good as well. I died 3 separate times.
It sounds like it's not so bad. Unless you had to make a new character every time, in which case that's hilarious.
No. I got a feat that lets me so for context, this character's already died 3 times before hitting this point. And we level up, so it's like, alright.
Who's this
17th
fucking
level.
whack-a-mole character you've got?
Well, it's the thing that the DM always targets me. Which is like, A, fuck him, but B, it easily makes sense because I output a metric fuck ton of damage in every fight. Like, if I get even halfway decent rolls, I can easily output 200 to 300 damage in one round.
Are you kind of a glass cannon then? Is that your thing?
Kind of. The problem is just that what we're fighting is 17th level things, so when you have like 4 of them swinging at you in one turn, the damage stacks up really fast. And it's bad. And he pretty much hits me every time because it's high level Pathfinder. So fucking people are swinging with like plus 30s to hit, and I've got a whopping 26 AC.
Yeah.
So I keep dying. There's a feat called Grave Risen, which is an achievement feat, and you have to die twice to get it. Boom, easy. And what it does is every life you get one free use of an ability, which is if a attack would kill you, or an effect would kill you, or what have you, you just ignore it. So you can take an attack for 8,000 damage, and you can use that ability, and you just go, no, I'm fine, thank you.
So you like you're not even
and-
at like 0 HP. You just ignore that instance of damage.
You ignore that instance of whatever it is that is affecting you, if it would kill you.
That just shows up. Nah, bruh. This guy's my bud. You don't even just get to freaking wipe him.
I took like 80 damage on an attack when I had, I think 30 damage would kill me. And I just went, no, I'm fine.
Got a death shows up. Look who's playing hard to get.
So I used that twice in one combat and another time. And apparently he was also fudging the rolls after the fact to make it easier. Because honestly, the very obvious reason why is we were doing fine with the actual boss, and then we just hit the jobbers. At this point, they're level 17, so jobbers are still very dangerous. But, you know, it shouldn't actually be that hard to kill them. We should take a little bit of damage. The jobbers survived like 3 rounds just because we started rolling like shit. I think I had 3 rounds where I landed 2 attacks in them. And I am pretty consistently, because of my very high bonuses, landing the most attacks in the party. So it's like, all right, well, we've just lost all our damage, and I have now died twice because of it. Which was very annoying.
Looks like you flew too high on your wings of wax, my boy.
Not really. I was just doing the same thing I always do, which is I get into melee range and I fight it out, and I try and keep myself alive.
Pathfinder is wild. I haven't played it in ages.
Pathfinder is wild. I figured out last session also that I have another way my build synergizes. Because I basically just a trip attack of opportunity build. So hit enemy, trip enemy, get 2 attacks off of that. They stand up. There's another 2 free attacks. However, I also learned that if I ever land a critical hit, it also provokes attack of opportunity.
Really?
Yes, because I have pack flanking. And pack flanking is whenever you flank, you gain a 4 instead of a 2 to your attacks. And if you ever crit, then the person who you're flanking with provokes attack of opportunity. Or they can take an attack of opportunity on the enemy. However, I've also got paired opportunist, which is if you and another person have paired opportunist, whenever you take opportunity attacks, you gain a +4 to the attack, I believe. As long as you both are in flanking range with them. Or as long as you're both engaged with them, I should say. Threatening. And if the other person provokes an attack of opportunity, you also provoke an attack of opportunity. So I've learned there's this funny little thing that happens where if I hit someone, I crit them, I then get to make 2 attacks of opportunity on them. And there's an event where someone got tripped. I crit them on the way down, and then I crit them again off of the crit. So they got hit once, which led to them being hit 4 extra times. So that was pretty amusing.
Yeah. Your characters always get to play so much D&D. It's crazy.
Yeah. What do you mean your characters always get to play so much of D&D?
You always get so many dice.
Yeah. The cornerstone of D&D is getting as many dice as possible.
Little fucking dice.
Role playing? Hell no,
Wait a
I'm in it
minute.
for the dice. Unfortunately, the
Don't you
dice
mean
are not in it for
Shadowrun?
me.
'Cause that's a Shadowrun way of thinking.
Hey, I did way better in Shadowrun than I had any right to. In that one time we
Yeah, because
played
your
it.
guy decided to be nice.
Yeah. That was fucking funny.
Mhm. What was that, like 32? Was that a 32 or like 28?
I think it was 30 something off of like 3d6.
Yeah. It was just 6, 6, 6.
Listen, Reigns. Not Reigns, sorry. Mitchell. I had the high ground. What can you say?
I should
It's
say I was-
scary.
So stupid.
Yeah,
When
in
on
all
the 36, the guards had no chance
yeah.
to like freaking call your bluff.
So yeah, it's 36. What are they gonna do? They gonna call my bluff? You know what it is? It's the one fucking the comic of the two boxers, and one starts doing the fucking kamehameha, and the other one's like, I give up. I don't know if he could, but if he could, then
It was like, I'm pretty sure I couldn't. He couldn't, but I wasn't about to risk it.
yeah, that's what it was. Two cards with actual weapons, seeing a fucking prison inmate on top of a what was it? A fucking light, a
Yeah.
hanging light.
I
like,
had the
I-
high ground.
Yeah. I don't know what he can do up there, but I'm not about to find out. I get paid enough for this shit.
All right, let's get underway. As long as Theo is still here.
Beep.
Yay. So, I have lumpies.
Oh, I didn't put my. I wrote.
You
mine
guys have
down.
now had lots of time to think.
Yeah, I was thinking about the entire time and get fucked.
Mm-hmm.
I had just written mine down in the Google Doc. I forgot to actually put it in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's already there. Yay. You've done it. You don't have to do it most of the time for anyone but Theo. Theo usually has put it in by now. Slow today, Theo.
I'm sorry.
I always forget you're all the way over there. The very edge of the map.
Can't be associating with the rest of the rabble.
All right.
Mitchell's making sure to keep us in the inn here because this is actually gonna be the final boss map.
And
Figured it out. The barkeep. He's the
Okay.
man.
Now, I was thinking they were gonna be in this top left room.
we've already checked in there though.
Yeah, I resided there for like 4 weeks.
Oh my God,
Maybe
Mo's the
they've been-
final boss.
Maybe they've been coming in through the chimney
No,
once I
fuck.
left.
I believe I do have something that allows you to do that technically. Because I had a map I was setting up that you could like, if you move into certain areas of the map, then you're teleported to another area. It's supposed to be used for like stairs and whatnot, but
Oh yeah. I think
that's
I
how it
know.
functions, is that it moves you from one area to another. All right. So, do you guys remember what was going on last time?
We were like,
I
yo,
believe
let's
we
go to
just
the
got the little
hell
fucking
place.
monster. Yeah, we just got the hunter.
You got Ville's Hunter.
Mhm.
A weird demon dog thing.
Oyeko and Johnny are malding.
And you guys found the second settlement of freaking Catharsis, because there's only supposed to be one. I entirely forgot there's only supposed to be one, so they made another one. But yeah, you guys now have a Bill's Hunter and a slave person.
Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna let you forget that she exists, Theo, in this case. I know I often forget the NPC trailing, but in this case, no. So,
Yeah, until we leave Catharsis, though. Oyaka's gonna be quiet on this whole slave business. But once we're actually out of their borders, you're in for
Goes-
some
Then she's gonna
talking
be
to.
dead silent.
I'm gonna be silent for now, but then when I leave, I'm gonna still be silent.
so yeah, you guys have talked with Vil and walked back outside. And I think we're heading out of the town at this point, if I recall correctly.
I believe that's correct.
So, yeah, guys start making your way towards the exit with the strange demon dog thing. As you guys start moving in that direction, it is, well, it's basically going to be nightfall by the time you may get close to the gates. And as you you basically walk to the same street that you guys entered in and see the gates closed. And a few guards kind of shuffling people towards some of the buildings.
It would appear we are staying.
Yep. Far
Yeah,
down the
I
street, you can
suppose
hear
so.
the gate guards start yelling, "Curfew! Curfew's starting!"
Is there any place that looks like an inn nearby?
Yeah, there's one by the entrance. There's a few people kind of hanging outside, but as of course the guard starts yelling about curfew, they start to slip back inside.
Guess we're going over there.
Yeah, just
Disappointed.
I'll grumble a bit, but otherwise head towards the inn.
Yep. The inn has, well, no written sign. It just has a picture hanging above the door that looks like a dripping bloody knife.
Mm.
Otherwise, it's a just two-story wooden building. And stepping inside, it is packed. Like, there are no tables open. And you can see that the bar and apparently the kind of innkeeping area is at the back right corner, which also has conveniently the stairs right next to it.
I mean, I'll just go up to the bartender, I suppose.
And of course, stepping inside, you guys get lots and lots of very unfriendly looks.
Hmm.
Some just purely hostile, and some that are, well, not quite curious, but coveting, I suppose, is probably the better word. The bartender is currently just kind of sitting behind the bar, kind of passes down the next a few mugs to the people kind of standing nearby as you walk up. He seems to be one of the sanguine elves. His eyes kind of that, well, staple red, though these ones seem to be kind of a darker hue. His hair kind of cut very, very short. Kind of think a somewhat of a military cut. I guess actually just thinking about it, kind of like the Jedi kind of rat tail cut where it's very, very short up top, but then it kind of comes down in a very small braid down his back.
Mhm.
Looks like that. Well, he looks at you and he does kind of half sneer.
I'm
What can I
looking
get
for
you, traveler?
a room.
Kind of looks you up and down. For just you?
I mean, I'm assuming that they're getting rooms too, but
A
I'm
good
okay with
assumption.
having a room to myself.
Also require a room.
1 gold.
Okay.
Yep.
Give him a
To his
gold.
credit, he doesn't break his he doesn't break his expression. He just takes your gold, hands you a small iron. It's not really a key. It looks more like a small kind of not folded triangle. You know the shapes that kind of seem to loop on themselves? It's not quite
Mhm.
that, but yeah, it's made out of 4 kind of individual little iron segments that kind of fold onto each other.
Hmm.
So they
Thank
see
you
yeah,
very much.
connect.
And I will just go to my room immediately.
Yep. There is no
Nice.
number, by the way, on it, but once you get close to a room, the thing starts to kind of vibrate. And when you stand in front of the door, it actually like kind of glows.
I
Right,
will also
so-
pay the gold.
He hands you another one. It looks the same.
I
What
too will
about
pay
Mo?
the gold? Gold.
The gold. Well, gold isn't that unfair description in this case. It's a piece of shit.
What about Johnny?
Same, but you best believe I'm staying up all fucking night. Like,
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna get to that as soon as we got to nighttime.
So you guys all work your way up to a room. And by the way, of course, buying food here is also similarly more expensive than it should be.
I've got rations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't eating food here.
You think I want to contribute money to the Catharian economy? Absolutely not.
I have no interest in being drugged. Thank you.
That's probably the better worry.
Hmm.
No interest
I'm
in
already-
being drugged and fucking kidnapped. I'm fine.
I'm already poisoned enough.
Yep. Holding the small sigil near the door handle will cause the door to unlock.
Mhm.
And of course, then it is easily openable. Inside the rooms, they are very small. I mean, there's enough rooms up here to probably host, at least based on the doors, provided, of course, none of them are multiple people rooms, about 20 people. But the room itself is a box. Has enough room for a bed and a footlocker, and that's about it. Like, the bed almost touches the walls. You kind of have to jump over the, end to get into it.
Is there any space under the beds?
No. They are flat against the floor. Which, of course, makes them very, very comfortable. Since you're basically lying on the hardwood floor with some straw between you and it.
Fine. We're not going for comfort. We're going for a small room where there's seemingly only one entrance.
No window either.
Great.
Only one entrance. I set up the rifle as a fucking shotgun trap.
You can do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you guys are able to stay up or set up traps and sleep however you wish to do things. What are you doing with your, slave, Theo?
I think the dog is getting the bed since I have a feeling it's not a Mo-sized bed,
No, it's a normal person-sized bed.
and Mo is
Kind of a one-size-fits-all type of thing here.
I feel so
And
bad
if
that
it
none of
doesn't,
us
well,
asked this
be you.
character's name last week.
Nope, you haven't asked her name.
I feel really bad.
There's a very simple reason why. I don't
Why?
want to I don't want to fucking draw the ire of a bunch of slavers. I'm fine.
Mhm.
So,
Also, I imagine I'm gonna stay asleep for long.
she takes the bed without complaint, but certainly gives you a weird look.
They'll soon be a free person who will know that none of us made any effort to introduce ourselves to them.
you know way back to dog place.
So she kind of starts to settle in the bed. No.
Welcome
I
to
know,
the party.
but I don't have a boat. She does, by the way, of course, only speak to you in Kainun. So,
To look up something
So if you're staying up and would like to keep watch, you can go ahead and roll a perception for me.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna leave the fucking bird on the watch.
All right. Yep. It does so.
If you're gonna fucking get me in trouble, you might as well be useful for something.
On the bright side, if the door opens, I'll most likely notice.
I mean, a 10, yeah. Someone would have to be more than invisible. They'd have to be invisible and teleport to get into your room without being noticed.
I mean, these are things that can be done.
Intangible.
I mean, being intangible would make it so they can walk through the door.
Yeah.
But yeah, Heath is willing to watch the door. I mean, he seems kind of bored about it, but he'll watch the door for you. Provided, of course, you give him some of the ration.
I mean, yeah.
But yeah. So, well, Johnny, it's a pretty quiet night for you. You don't hear anything. No one bangs on the door or anything.
Sick.
So it's just a long, restless night.
Someone's banging on the door. Please help!
I'm not.
What about
thoughtful
you, Mo,
enough.
by the way, before I can kind of continue?
I mean, Mo is gonna sleep normally.
It's normally on the floor.
Well, I've got a sleeping bag. I think.
Yep. If you rebought a new one, then you have a sleeping bag, I guess. So otherwise, it got destroyed.
A while ago.
Mm. But I hope you have a new one, because otherwise you've just been sleeping on the ground.
I have 50 feet of rope.
This campaign, just remember, this campaign, I have a higher fucking tent casualty rate than
You've lost
I have
two.
casualty rates in some campaigns. Funnily enough. I had to buy 3 fucking tents.
So, Ayako, you do hear someone banging on one of the doors nearby. You guys are, by the way, like not next to each other, but you're like on the same side at the very least. Kind of like a couple doors away from each other.
I guess I'll go closer to the door and see if I can hear if they're saying anything.
If you speak Elven, you can understand.
I think I actually do. Yeah, I do speak Elvish.
And you do hear them yelling something through the door that sounds a lot like, well, cursing them out.
Do I catch any specifics of why they're doing it, or
They seem to be mad at the person's race from what you can pull.
I didn't know Johnny spoke Elven.
Damn. True.
bite my lip?
Yeah,
But-
they seem to be calling them a dirty wood elf type of stuff. Going on and on and on for like a solid 10 minutes before they apparently give up and, well, leave most likely.
All right, he fire through the door.
I will stay close to the door because this person's getting harassed at night too. You know,
Yeah.
I'll listen for their door as well, see if I need
Yeah,
to
he does not
assist.
wake you up. Good pay.
Oh,
It happens like very early in the night. So,
There's a
but
high
other than
possibility
that, and
that if it continued on for more than 10 minutes, Mo would open the door and yell, "Shut up."
yeah. But other than that, upstairs it's pretty quiet. Downstairs, you hear some sort of rumble go on, and a couple of reports from, well, magic. But otherwise, it is a fairly quiet night. And morning comes.
Yeah, I mean, I will get out of my room quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Walking downstairs, you see that the reports are not well, not completely cleaned up yet. As you see a couple of chairs that have been blasted apart, along with a table or two.
Mm.
Kind of surrounding that area are the remains of combat through apparently blasts of acid and fire. But no bodies, from what you can see. That area is
Of course,
kind
you
of,
gotta remove those first.
it's kind of
Stink.
been like they've built the tables kind of around them at this point. So it's just this hole that you can see of the aftermath.
Just maximally disturb the crime scene.
But
Of
other
course.
than that, it seems like a lot quieter this morning.
Any
But
wood
that
elves
might just
down
be-
here?
Not that you can see.
They just finished mopping
But-
it up.
There's plenty of people with their cloaks on already, so it's hard to really tell most of the people off just from a distance.
Despite Ohiako's want to make sure this person is okay, she's gonna just, you know, it's the end of the world. The
Mm.
world. Just don't get involved. This, I mean, internally, she's not gonna say it out loud or anything.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm leaving.
Yeah,
I'm done here.
so- Yep.
When you wake up in the morning, by the way, Gouvet, you wake up to Heath and the hunter just kind of staring at you. So I guess in the 4 hours.
Yeah. You have to do that.
Heath nods. The hunter just continues staring at you.
What do you mean you have to do that? There's no way you have to do that.
He just kind of looks, closes his eye, looking in your direction, and kind of cocks his head in a haughty expression, or just fluttering up to one of the, well, probably on top of your bow or lying against the wall. A bow, gun, lying against the wall.
Guns lying against the wall. Guns currently pointed at the door with a string trap. That bitch opens at all. Someone's gonna be getting a fucking inch-sized hole through him.
So he flutters up to the gun, which you've noticed hasn't fired.
Hey. And yeah, when I wake up, I will take over. Actually, I probably wouldn't. I'd
Imagine
probably
if
just
you
start
noticed
reading.
that it had fire.
That'd be fucking funny.
Wow, I was in really deep sleep.
The gun looked like it hadn't fired, but there was still a golf ball sized hole in the wall. He's just reloaded it somehow.
You open the door, which has a hole in it, to find a dead bellhop on the other side with a plate of breakfast for you.
Oh, that was poisoned.
But yeah, the hunter is just kind of staring at you.
What do you want?
Can I offer assistance?
In a word that sounds more of a whispered howl than it does a real word. Goes, "Feed."
I will give it some rations,
What is
Kind
it
of
eat
sniffs
again?
at them,
some potatoes.
gives you a disdainful look, but does
fuck
just
off.
snap them up. So, yep. But when you guys all get up in the morning, you're able to go downstairs, see the carnage, and then head out.
Sure so.
Yep, we're leaving. No two ways about it.
So you make it the last few, well, not even half a mile, the last little bit to the gate and back out of of the town. And on the road.
Woo, baby! And yeah, so I'm gonna keep up my my detection until we get pretty firmly out of Catharsis lands.
Yep. I mean, it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
Days at least.
I got time.
So, where are you guys going out of Catharsis lands?
In Cook direction.
Little bastard. Where's Cook? You fucking are supposed to lead us to him, right?
It nods.
Lead on.
It takes a little scrap of, well, the amulet that you guys kind of offered. Kind of takes a big, long whiff of it, and then seems to just kind of shudder before just slowly moving off in one direction before kind of moving into a kind of loping stance.
Follow.
Moving fast enough that you guys have to kind of power walk to keep up with it for a little while, but it slows down once.
Good as we have horses.
See? The horses
Power
keep up
walk the horses.
easily.
That's like a trot.
Yeah.
Come on. Back down.
Yeah, the sidings are okay. So, yep. It just kind of starts loping along. And through the rest of the day, it keeps a consistent pace. Whether or not it can move faster and is just waiting for you guys to keep up, or,
At your service.
well, this is the fastest it goes, it's hard to tell. It doesn't allow you to wait for breaks, and it seems to just travel in a straight line, meaning it doesn't really care about roads.
To war!
That's fine. I don't really care about roads at this point either.
Yep. Currently, it seems to be pointing back towards the, well, further into Catharsis territory, basically. Further east.
Shit, Mo can hire more crew.
Possibly. We got the money for it.
I forget how much
So,
this...
Mo, didn't expect you to be the slaving dype.
She, by the way, is able to keep up with this thing, no problem. She just kind of lopes along on all fours after you guys.
Can we should we talk about that?
Yes, I was meaning to broach the subject. I'm sort of not cool with that. The whole
For once, I
buying,
agree with Johnny.
the whole buying a person thing.
It felt uncomfortable to leave a fellow countryman there.
Oh,
If you feel more comfortable, we can go back.
no, I understand now. You're going to release this person once we're out of
Lady of
these
Apple
lands.
Lauren.
Hello,
Hire them,
person.
but yes.
I'm Johnny Vanguard. Hello.
She just kind of nods as she loops along.
Armed and ready.
I taught Mo here everything she knows about being a good person. You're welcome.
False.
You're welcome for your freedom, by the way. I'm officially taking credit for that now. Haha, just kidding.
She kind of lets out a fairly low growl and just kind of, well, nods. Though the look she gives you is not one of gratitude.
Shrug.
Dog. I would not worry about man thing.
Man thing lies, no?
Man thing's connection to the truth is uncertain.
Child of Kernos.
Hmm.
Battle ready.
But if it is of any concern, you are free to take your own path.
Hmm. This true freedom or master freedom?
Saint Louis.
The biggest freedom you can think of.
We will obey.
The biggest freedom. She then starts killing Mo.
Mo casts invisibility and runs away.
Acknowledged.
Yep. She seems to blink and fall silent for now. But later in the day, she just kind of speaks up again without,
At pace.
well, without provocation.
Lady of Athel Lauren.
Mhm. Biggest freedom. Una freedom, you mean? Gone? Shackles broken?
Sisters of Thor.
Hmm.
Though traveling with us may be safe.
Lady of the Azrae. I
I...
So does he have to roll deception for that, or
stand
Depend on constructing a ship. Return to Big Warren.
Hmm.
Oh, must find individual that knows way.
quickly. I will comply.
I might be interested in joining.
Ready and eager. Athel Lauren.
Warren is weak.
Now.
Mine is gone.
Kada.
Hmm.
Apologies, I'm back.
Welcome back.
You've been hearing an ongoing conversation between Mo and Wolf Lady.
Yours to
Mhm.
command.
Has at any point he mentioned that he's gonna set her free?
Yeah, it's pretty almost immediately in the conversation.
Sisters of Athel Lauren.
Wolf Lady did not believe him at first.
Here, everywhere.
That's okay.
So, yep. But you guys lope through the day. Or ride, in your guys' case. Apparently don't get any closer to Cook as the night starts to fall. And this thing is just going to continue trying to go.
hey, stop?
Kill them.
Kind of swivels its head around.
Oh, I just realized I need to
Oh, right.
We
Con-
require rest.
got a huge amount of stuff.
Yeah, could you roll for those of you who stay up? Thank you. Rest?
Yeah.
Not pray, yes.
Did I say rest and its response was pray? Yes.
fine. Not pray.
Ready to fire.
Ye shall fall behind. You need to capture the prey, no?
Mm-hmm. But if we are not able to capture it within the next few days, then it doesn't matter whether or not we keep going, because we will be too tired to continue. And even then, if we get to it and we are too tired, we will not be able to
Well,
capture it.
I could travel through the night. I'm still spry and lively.
I mean, that's not the point, though. The point is that if it wants to travel through every night, we're gonna have to rest eventually, no matter what.
Well,
Yeah.
right, but at least for this night we could travel. How do the horses look?
Look okay. I mean, they've been traveling kind of hard the whole day because they've been having to keep up with this thing.
We could make an exception for one night.
Question: if we travel through this night, would we be getting out of the borders?
No, we're going farther
No,
in.
because
Yeah,
you're
we're going
traveling
deeper
into the
deeper at
borders.
the moment.
Mm,
Yeah.
I'm okay with staying for the night then.
As you say, I will comply.
I mean,
Can you tell approximately how far away the prey is?
well, that's a good question.
Far.
Are they across the ocean?
just kind of sniffs the air. Not across, but on.
We should head to the coast then.
Boats, great.
Does Catharsis have boats we can hire?
Possibly.
Would
I mean,
not
they have to
trust-
get to the other continents somehow, so you'd assume they have
Well, yeah,
boats.
but whether or not you can actually like pay for passage on those was more the question.
You have no idea. As a reminder, you guys know very little about Catharsis.
Even
Check
if we
so.
could, I don't know how much I trust a Catharist's captain.
I don't think we really have much of a choice, Johnny.
Let's see, where are we on the map?
We're in this deep, so.
Yeah,
You guys are at this point
I suppose we must.
probably about 3/4 of the way between Arathia and Catharsis at this point.
Yeah, right. Because depending on how deep into that, it would be about as far to go to the 10 followers and get a boat there. But honestly, fuck it.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it was about a week and a half, and you guys have already traveled for about a week and a few days. So it's not too many more days to the city itself.
Okay, then maybe like one.
Or sorry, you guys have traveled a week and 1 day at this point, so it's another 4 days.
Okay, so
Or sorry, a week and 2 days.
we're like in between cities right now, which means we're actually less likely to encounter people because we're like in the middle. So maybe 1 day of moving is fine. Fine. Why I say fine so weird? It's fine.
That's how fine it is.
But once we start getting closer, I definitely don't want to be exhausted going to Catharsis.
I mean, you are technically its leader, so it is going to stop if you tell it to stop.
Yeah. Yeah, fuck it, stop. If he's already on the ocean, then we're already in a fucking losing race here. We're just gonna have to hope we can get a fast ship.
Yep.
And when we do book that ship, we're gonna have to be prepared to not know precisely where to tell the captain of McPort.
It just kind of waves its tail around, clearly apprehensive. We fall behind. The prey escapes further. That's fine. I shall wait for you to rest.
I don't remember. Can we all understand this thing?
You can if it wishes you to, and it is currently wishing you to.
Think about it this way. He's getting further ahead, which means there's more chasing for you to do.
The chase is only part of the fun.
Michael just shrug and stop conversing.
Yeah. It does look at you in particular, by the way, Gouvet, and just kind of says, once again, feed.
Yeah. I will feed it something. Get some rations. Actually, if you found negative emotions, there should be plenty of that around here.
Yep.
Johnny's conscience is entirely clear.
Just feed off of any of the negative feelings going towards Johnny. There should be plenty.
You find yourself falling more and more in love with that rugged smile of Johnny Vanguard.
The
I
wish
mean,
to wipe
all of
it
a sudden
off
you
his
seem
face
to-
forever is-
Yeah, it seems to open its mouth at that request. And you all of a sudden don't feel quite so angry at Johnny.
And don't worry.
I mean, it
'cause
doesn't make you feel any better about him, but
Yeah.
I know now it's gone from like anger to kind of faint annoyance.
Now, don't worry. Give it 1 day and it'll be right back up to rage.
Yeah.
I'm about to hit the boiling point.
And after a moment, it just kind of closes its mouth, licks its lips, and then curls up in a ball and seems to fall asleep.
I should have to eat my depression next time. Well, sleep time.
Your depression explodes and you don't feel any different.
Like, hey, just eat some of my fucking depression, and it just opens his mouth and his head just explodes. Oh, okay.
You get all your depression back plus an extra serving of guilt.
Don't worry, the guilt is also going to be disappearing soon.
No.
So, yep. You guys at the moment are kind of out in a plains area, so you can see for quite a distance, until the sun goes down fully, and then you can't see near anything.
What?
Well, let's see, actually. How many moons are there out tonight? There are 2. So it's actually not too dark, I don't think.
You can stay up at the gates of
Yeah,
heaven.
especially because it's the purple and blue mix of Shalak and Slovak at the same time. So,
Who cares?
I mean, it's not well lit, but you guys can see for a distance anyway. Beyond the darkness.
I shall take upon the first watch.
Second.
Third.
All right. Could you guys go ahead and roll for me?
All the watches?
Yeah.
No, hold on, my character sheet was being a pain in the butt. I clicked the perception button and the little pop-up would pop up and then go away.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
I had that happen. I think I had to refresh or something.
Yeah, I just had to stop it being a pop-out character sheet.
Mm. Well, that's annoying.
Can I offer assistance?
Nothing's perfect.
Yeah.
And Foundry's pretty good, all things considered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need me?
Foundry and
Yeah.
Roll20 are both great. I don't like Fantasy Grounds because I've used that as well.
For the cat eye!
I've never used Fantasy Grounds.
Don't recommend it.
I don't think I've used that one.
What
I
do
don't
you need?
remember. I think I might own it, but I don't think I've ever used it. So, let's see. Mo, you're helping with Johnny's watch. All right.
All in all, actually, never mind. Vay's on point. I was gonna say all in all, mediocre perceptions, but
Except Goofy, yeah.
We're still in enemy territory. I
Look,
got killing to do.
a 13 is rarely good for my perception. My perception rolls love to sit at somewhere below like 1 and 4. Or around 1 and 4, not below it. That'd be impressive. On the rolls, that is.
So, yeah. Bayeka, your watch is fairly uneventful. The moons pass across the sky. I mean, you do notice a couple of, well, a couple. An entire murder of crows that's kind of passing around at night. That seems to be in combat with some sort of like owl creatures. They look a lot like an owl, but they don't quite look right. The talons are a little longer and look a lot more like hands than talons to you.
Ugh.
First.
Oh yeah, will
It
just
seems to be
mutter
in
how she
combat.
hates this place to herself.
Other than that small bloodbath nearby, nothing comes to attack your camp.
Huggies.
So, wake up, Guve.
Good night.
Guve, right near the end of your watch, you feel the ground start to shake a little bit.
I will grab the gun
It gets worse.
and check for elementals.
You do sense elementals, but they don't seem to be coming nearer to you.
Mm-hmm. Can I take a guess as to where the shaking is coming from? Is it like coming from below ground or?
I'm trying to think how you'd figure that out. I'll give it to you for free. It seems to be coming from something like moving towards you over ground.
Mhm.
Yeah, mostly because it kind of feels like horses.
Horses.
Yeah.
If we have a campfire, put it out.
I would assume you guys might, but I don't know. Would you guys have lit a campfire?
I
wouldn't
would have.
All right.
I don't
mean,
have dark vision, so
Yeah, it's hard for Oyeka to see otherwise. So Yeah.
And I will also wake up some people and be like, "Hey, I think there are horses coming this way."
they do seem to be getting louder. So from what you can tell, they seem to be aimed at least towards your camp, or maybe are just traveling nearby, like right alongside it.
Kind of like try to look out for any horses
Yeah.
because there it is a relatively bright moon, so in theory, I
Mm.
can see slightly farther than my normal.
A ways off, you do see a dust cloud that seems to be headed in your direction from the north.
North thing.
Yeah, deeper into the plains from where that direction it looks, based on your maps and other stuff.
How difficult would it be to try and like hide our camp?
You guys are in a plain, so unless you can burrow,
I mean, you
Well,
can. It is nice. You can
someone
go
can
like flat to the
burrow.
ground.
yeah, unless you're going to burrow, the camp is a little too obvious unless you tear everything down and throw yourselves into the grass.
I
'Cause
will
there is
begin
grass.
burrowing.
There is long grass around. It's a big plain. They're not keeping the grass cut.
I'm gonna assume we don't have enough time to start tearing down the camp.
I don't know. How long does it take to break down a tent?
Uh,
They have rules for that? If they don't, I'm just gonna say a minute, because that makes the
break
most sense to
down
me.
tent.
looks like it's time for Casualty 3. I mean, there's people on horses coming. We're probably not gonna be able to get off the road or get hidden well enough.
I mean, you guys haven't seen a road in like hours from your journeying, so
I'm sure that they're just gonna come. They probably saw the light already from the campfires, so I don't really see any reason to try to desperately hide our camp.
Mhm.
I will.
All right,
get
with
ready.
that, I'm going to attempt to fade back into the tall grass and hide.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm gonna start getting my gear ready.
Yeah, I will
mean,
be putting
who
on
is
my
hiding and who is just kind of putting armor on?
Hide.
Because Mo is hiding. I'm not gonna have you roll, Mo. You're burrowed. You don't need to hide.
I'm trying to make it big enough that other people could potentially hide in here if they wanted to.
All right. That is going to take a little longer. And, just burrowing normally.
Yeah. I
No.
accept.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
sacrifice.
At this point, you do see the front riders. At least you think you see the front riders. They seem to be a line of kind of, well, bowmen.
Hmm.
At least they look like they have bows.
I'm assuming that this is not gonna take them 10 minutes to approach.
No.
Okay. Oh yeah, because I'm not gonna bother putting
Yeah.
the armor on.
Yeah, you guys, if you guys can see the dust cloud, it's going to take shorter than that on horseback because these guys
Yep.
seem to be moving at a good clip. It seem to be riding like either towards your camp or they're going to pass right by it.
Okay, I'll just have the armor off then.
Okay.
Just be sitting there.
So, Guve, could you give me a stealth just to see how well you're hidden?
Sure.
And one person can hide with Mo and by the time they get here, if they are willing to do that.
Really did
As
just
soon as
fade
we
into
get
the
in
tall
here-
grass, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, Mo, I'm not having you roll. You're underground. So
Johnny and I are the only ones that aren't.
Yep.
Mo,
Well,
Mo's Slave, and
yeah.
Uwe are all hidden.
Yeah, you're pulling the slave down underground with you, Mo?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, there's just you two.
He goes,
So
oh, perfect. Now that we're alone, and starts bashing your head in with a rock.
The
Yep.
only way home is through sacrifice.
The freedom to put you in the fucking ground.
So, as they get closer, well, Gube, you can get a better look at them, since of course, well, you have good dark vision out to 60 because of the moons. You can see a lot better. And these guys seem odd, to say the least. They seem to be riding a lot more forward than they should be able to.
Are these centaurs?
When they crash into camp about 30 seconds later, yeah, they are centaurs.
It's like they're really forward, have bows. Oh, those are centaurs, and then
So, a group of 10 centaurs seem to move into your camp and, well, surround it. One that has a big kind of, well, not goatish, but it's kind more of a neck beard than a real, like, facial beard.
Mhm.
Kind of looks at the two of you standing there. Travelers on our plains.
It seems so. Wasn't aware these were yours. I apologize.
All plains are the plains of the centaur. Even though there aren't very many of us left here.
And what are the laws of this land?
Laws. Kind of
Well, so
makes a whinnying sound.
I
We
don't
hold no
do
laws here except the laws of nature.
Okay. So as long as we're not disrupting nature, we're good.
Perhaps. He just kind of looks at you and then looks at Johnny. Where are you headed, travelers?
The coast.
Which coast?
Yeah, I'll just point in the direction we were traveling. Truthfully, I've never been to this area of the continent, so I'm not really sure what it's called. But the one that away.
Hmm.
As you say.
Why do you travel to that coast exactly?
I mean, it's the
There's
closest one to here.
only... Yes. There's only one place to go if you're headed towards the coast.
And where's that?
the ocean.
Infernal cities along your path.
I shudder.
Yeah, I don't like that place.
Seems to quirk an eyebrow. Are you allies of our kind then?
What are you guys anti, like, all the horrible shit that goes on in the cities?
We are no friends to the elves here. Their
Like-
twisted magic causes great pain.
Thank goodness those elves are.
Yeah, I would say we're allies to you.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Do these guys look green at all?
Green?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
He wants to make sure they're not greenskins, so he doesn't have to be racist.
No.
Okay, good.
They're like kind of Greek, well, Greek tan, Mediterranean tan.
And I was like,
They're kind of green. Ah, okay.
I might pull
Dodged
up
a bullet
Rubexio
there.
I might pull up Rubexio if I hear those 4 letters again.
Hmm. He just kind of looks around at the others, and a couple of them start to mutter. And then he kind of looks back to you, Yoko. As, well, allies, may we ask a favor of you?
You can definitely ask.
He does not seem happy with that response, but pushes onwards regardless. If you are to come across any centaur in that cursed city, Would you attempt to free them?
Child of Kurnos.
I will do what is in my power.
The say.
That's all I can ask.
Immediately. At pace. With
Travel
haste.
safely.
With haste.
We
Thank
have
you.
a hunt to
At once.
fulfill.
Quickly. This
But
Good
they
luck.
kind of break off and ride around your camp, traveling onward along the path they were on
Well,
before.
I liked them a lot, actually.
They were quite pleasant, actually.
Is when you learn that Gouvet was actually trampled and is dead in the grass.
Man, I
I
They
really
got,
liked them.
they got very close to you, but
I see
thankfully,
this as an
that high
absolute
stealth, none of them
22
actually
stealth.
spotted
Kind of
you.
stick with it.
I don't know how I feel about the fact that out of all the people currently in the party, the one that probably has the best chance of being liked by me
ready to hunt.
most is probably Theo's slave,
Yeah,
You
checks out.
still don't know her name.
which I'm actually going to ask when she emerges from the hole.
Moving fast.
Yep. Once the hooves kind of start moving away, she kind of crawls back out.
And I will look to her in common and go, by the way, I apologize for being as rude as I am. My name's Oyeko. Yours?
Warriors of
Rawl.
with haste.
All?
Rawl.
How's that spelled?
Azrael,
Mm.
attack. To the fray.
Why did my cap locks go?
To battle.
R.A.
Are you rolling as
It
me
actually
again?
is in all caps.
I know.
Athel Lauren.
She says it and it's in all caps like a speech bubble.
I mean, technically, yes, but... Here, I even have a picture for her.
Nod. Wow.
Orders.
Alright, Lumpy. Stop speaking moon runes.
Athel Lauren.
Johnny's muttering to himself in Orcish.
By Kurnos. Orders understood.
Yep.
So, that's interesting to learn, though.
Ready
Why
and eager.
are you guys just speaking
Yeah.
the different
I sneak up behind you and say that,
I
and then
I
you
don't
come out stealth just to fuck with you.
I don't speak that.
Yes.
Oh, don't do that to me.
Ready.
I just did.
Children of Athel
So-
Where
Lauren.
were you?
It's in the grass.
You're really good at that.
I am a ranger.
Daughter of Athel
I hate to say it, by the way, guys, but I really do intend to do anything I can to try to help any centaurs
Ready.
I see.
Really?
Yeah.
Your command.
All right.
Warriors.
Fine.
What, you think I was lying?
I was kind of hoping.
Defenders of Athel Lauren.
Look, if I said I was gonna do it, if I wasn't gonna do it, I wouldn't have lied to them.
Lady of the
I'm
Glade.
only gonna do stuff that's in my power, like I said, but
Yeah, but you're gonna do everything in your power?
Ready and eager.
That's too
depends on the
much.
circumstance.
Messengers of Thor.
It better.
Lady of the Azrae.
Not have the world end for a few horses.
They're not horses, they're centaurs.
Oyeka will glare at you as soon as you say that.
As you say.
Honestly, Johnny, I think you're closer to being a horse than they are.
As you say.
Really rude and
I'd say
uncalled
he's more
for.
of a donkey.
I was about to say.
That's fair, Kaveh.
Athel Lauren.
Wasn't uncalled for.
Stubborn and a bit of an ass.
Absolutely was uncalled for. Someone's gotta have the proper perspective here. The world's on the line.
Okay.
Well, the good news is the anger is back up.
Hey, Johnny.
Yeah.
What if the people holding the centaurs were greenskins? Would you put all your effort into it, saving them?
I'd make a mental note to return and sort it out.
I'll be
But
right back.
we have more pressing issues here. You gotta have a zoomed out perspective for this.
Yeah, my zoomed out perspective also has helping people along the way. Because honestly, what's the point of saving the world if it's like you save a bunch of garbage?
That there is garbage.
Eh.
Rather have garbage with a few glimmers of light than nothing and a clear conscience.
Ready and waiting.
Yeah, but I don't really have a clear conscience if I just let people suffer. Look, let me
And
tell
you
you,
should do what a hero should do, and you should suffer under the weight of your regrets, but know that the world is saved.
Johnny, you can't regret things.
Find them!
Damn right, and I'm proud of it.
Which means you can't be a hero and suffer under the weight of your regrets.
You can.
Well, that means you aren't a hero. You can't do the hero thing.
Awaiting
You are inferior heroes who have not
now.
developed fully.
Just because you're an abject piece of shit.
I'm the way I am because I should be.
Dauntless Azrael.
All right, I've returned.
Johnny, if I ever get magic,
Yakko is just
say your
taking
fucking
deep
last.
breaths, by the way.
Whatever. I'm going back to sleep. Wake me up when it's my watch.
Yeah.
For the attack.
I'm also going to sleep, Gouvet.
No one could stop me while he's asleep.
If you did, that would be a tragedy, wouldn't it? I would not tell anyone. Good night.
I can hear you.
Oh no.
You were meant to.
Well,
I will go back to sleep.
Johnny shrugs and falls asleep.
Swiftly.
That right there was the closest Johnny came to just getting Oyeko to start just sorting him.
Once. Good. Swiftly. At speed.
So,
At
Yep.
once.
other
I-
than the centaurs,
I could feel it in the air.
Gouvet,
You didn't even have, and you didn't have your
watch is
armor on,
quiet.
so
Yeah.
you would have been in some real trouble.
Ariel.
Don't worry, you just miss over and over again, as the gods have have stated for Johnny for some reason.
Some
You
men
must die all at once or not at all.
But you have to realize, Mitchell. You have to realize, my dice also like they like me to do well when I should. You know, like grappling that guy and jumping off the cliff is like, yeah, you got a +11 to athletics. Best I can do is like back-to-back 30s, and it's like, all right,
Yeah.
all right, dice.
True. That was like the most fucking clutch. Like your
then-
dice have a cinematic flair.
No, they do. They love being dramatic.
Mhm.
And then at the bottom, ooh, just your people about to get you. How about you get back up? Isn't that dramatic? And it's like, all right, dice. In the room, in the room against that necromancer guy, I get knocked out, and then the next turn immediately get back up so I can grab him and pull him up. My dice just like it when I grab people.
It's like
Actually,
you're actually like you get struck to the ground, right? The villain turns away from you to your friends. Like the camera, like
Friends
the
is
villain
strong.
is like at the foreground in the camera, and then in the background you see Oyeko stand up. It's so
A
cinematic.
horror movie.
Kind of.
So,
But-
yep. I'm guessing you wake up Johnny at the appropriate time. And the rest of you can.
Johnny never wakes up again.
Oh, please.
I'm down. I find that I'm playing too many pieces of shit.
Bunch
I mean,
of pieces of
they've
shit.
traveled with you
Wait.
this point.
Wait, Lumpy.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get a listing of all the pieces of shit?
All right, so John is clearly the top of the list as far as
Yes.
the piece of shit.
Mhm.
Yes.
Eon is brusque and rude, but he's not actually. A piece
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think he's a piece of shit. The fact that my character hates him is entirely because she's dumb, but
How many games am I in right now?
I mean, Hot Rod is not a piece of shit.
Hot Rod's lovely. I guess I am just playing like 1 1/3 pieces of shit. But I like Johnny is such a big presence in the pieces of shit tier of like every character I've played that I feel like he counts for like 2 or 3.
Oh yeah,
Marina can be a
he's
piece of shit.
condensed piece of shit.
She can be spiteful at times, but
But generally
doesn't-
speaking, no.
yeah, and she doesn't actually want to hurt anyone.
Yo, quit
Or, like-
fucking with the door. Hey!
What door? Oh. No,
But yeah,
Marina's
Johnny definitely counts as multiple.
For sure. You
Because
know,
he's a piece of shit on like multiple levels. Like
Is that
it's
Johnny, abject piece of
And-
fucking human garbage vanguard?
And you can count it as multiple characters because he has died and come back
True.
to life.
yeah, I know. So
Now he
you
doesn't
know
have
what? He's a
memory.
piece of shit, and he's denying us a not piece of shit by resurrecting himself.
the eternal piece of shit. You
So
can't.
if I kill him, that's not me. That's not murder. That's just me setting the world back to what it should have been, with him being a dead ass motherfucker.
Imagine we kill Johnny and like the Watcher's like, no, my plan is ruined. And we're like, what? How? We're just doing that for our own sake.
What's it like experiencing Johnny from the outside? I only ever am
Oh,
thinking of ways
as
to
a
be
player,
an ass.
Johnny is great. Oh, Yako hates his guts.
He's content gold. I just like calling people morons when they think of like a good thing to do.
And Johnny survives this night. If only because I know that we're in awful lands and there's too much chance of another person showing up.
Oyeko is considering just throwing him off of the boat when we get on one.
Only.
Like seeing
Think
his
about it,
water.
though, like if you kill Johnny, you can make the dogman and just be right back here.
Yeah, I
True.
could do Raw.
We killed Johnny. It turns out Rawl had a bunch of player levels the whole time. They're
You
level
know what?
7.
You've convinced me. How hard is it to murder someone while they're asleep?
Wait, hold on. Hold on, guys.
Oh, basically, what? It's an auto crit, I think.
I've
I
always
do a
Always
ruled
lot of
that.
setting is
damage on
pretty
a
rough.
crit.
No, I'm not gonna
I've always
metagame.
ruled-
If you want to do it, do it.
I've always
Nah.
ruled that. Like, I don't know if Mr. rules it this way, of course, but like, I've always ruled that if you have somebody that's completely asleep and like you're right next to them, you can just like kill them.
I put gun in mouth and shoot him, and he gets up
I
with
think
half health
I'd
and spits out
probably
the
still
bullet.
give Johnny a not a fortitude, con save.
That's fair. Give him a
Yeah.
save against it.
Or
No,
it
this
tosses me
isn't
into
enough.
Unless,
death
of course,
saves
Lumpy
way.
just wants Johnny to die, in which case you can just auto fail, and I'll be fine with that.
Character creation is one of my favorite parts of D&D.
It'd be great if you already had a character set up.
Should I? I can get
I mean,
working
if
on
you
it.
were dead.
You know, maybe we should have Lumpy get a backup character ready.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
Mitchell's already given
surprised
me,
Lumpy
actually.
doesn't have a backup character
I
ready.
actually do have a spare character sheet that Mitchell gave me a while
Yes.
ago.
Hey, I have a backup character. I'll need to level him up a couple times, but he is there.
I have a backup character
What does everyone have
concept.
backup character. I don't have a backup.
Well,
character.
Theo, remember
I
that
have a
point?
backup
Remember
character.
that point where at some point me and Johnny were like, "All right, fuck, we can't travel with each other. We
Oh,
can't.
Yeah.
One of us is fucking leaving."
Yeah.
And
Then
then
the universe decided to butt in and go, nah, I
And the
don't
guy-
agree.
the guy's like, "Hey, remember that weird dream I had?" I'm like, "Fuck, I do remember that weird dream that you had. Why do I remember that?" No.
Here's what I will say. I don't have a backup character sheet, but I do have a backup character concept that would not take too long to make into a character.
You do
Oh,
have
shit.
a backup character.
No, I think he meant to say like a character sheet. Like it's
Fuck, I never
completed.
hit record.
Like, yeah, I don't have something like all filled out. Like I don't have a character built. I have the sheet.
Yo, should we have
Okay.
Lumpy roll 4d6 right now? In front of us.
I don't
Just
think
to
so.
start
Based on
making
his
another
stats, Peyton will decide whether or not to kill him, right?
Oh, that guy's got some pretty bad stats. Better keep Johnny around.
Peru. Nah, if you guys want to kill Johnny, you'll have to let Lumpy finish a character first.
Lumpy, after the session, finish a character.
I'll build the entire character without any of the attributes. Without
Hey,
any with
you can
strength,
surely
dex,
roll
con.
stats at some point. I mean, my
Yeah.
character has stats.
GM rule.
Oh yeah, I can just GM roll stats.
True.
Oh, I know what I can do. I can just ask for the little monster to eat the last of my patience with Johnny.
Oh, true. If you ever need to.
Yeah.
Hey, mind eating my patience? And he's like, yeah, sure. And it's like, uh-oh, Johnny.
Eat the last of my pity. And it goes, okay. And Johnny's dead.
You seeing this, Mitchell?
Yeah, I am.
These are some stats, eh?
That good, huh?
Not bad, huh?
Hot Rod V2, baby.
Oh, God.
Hot Rod.
Hot Rod is a character that has 4 wisdom and 6 intelligence. Lumpy stat rolls were wild.
Hot
This one can't
Rod.
feel regret just because they aren't. They don't have a complex enough brain to feel it.
No, Mitchell, it's fun. Don't make me re-roll them. It's fun.
Fine.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so wake Johnny up for his watch. There's a solid like 2 minutes of just standing over him with the rifle, going, "I could do it.
Yep.
Nothing stopping me. I could fucking do it."
Hunter does stare at you during those moments. You can almost see its eyes going, "Do it, do it, do it. I want to eat him. Do
And
it."
then look at him and go, "I don't like an audience," and
You know,
kick Johnny to wake him up.
I think of everyone here that this devil might like me the most.
I think Mo probably likes you the most.
Hey, well, what are Mo's thoughts on Johnny?
Pretty ambiguous. Johnny's the most entertaining.
I'll take it.
Hero. Yep. Wake
Sounds
Johnny
like
up with a
Mercurial's
swift
reasoning
kick in
for
the
bringing
stomach.
people back. You guys are entertaining.
It's funny.
Laugh the most.
So yeah, Donnie, you're woken.
I'm woken.
So you have your watch.
So this weird thing happens, right? You wake up and your god's right there.
Not this time.
Could you imagine though? Guve kills Johnny and then he just comes back to life again. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? He comes back. It's like, so it's my watch, right? Huh?
I gave up being bothered by this kind of thing entirely. You're my best friend.
I gave up my ability to not feel regret, and now I can regret again. It's like, why, Johnny? What are you doing?
I'm vibing. I'm regretting every decision I've ever made. Ah!
Eventually, Johnny just becomes like the incarnation of a single emotion, because that's the only one he can feel anymore.
The only emotion he has is hatred towards greenskins. That's it.
Nagarothi.
So, yep. Donnie, you wake up. Your watch starts. And at the very beginning of your watch, you notice something, even with the 9. Your camp seems to have a lot of crows all of a sudden.
Mo is also on this watch, I believe.
Then Mo, you also notice that there are a lot of crows just kind of hanging out nearby.
Look at all these birds, eh? A lot of birds here, eh?
In fact, Mo, you notice it slightly before Johnny.
A lot of birds, eh? Lot of-
Yes.
Fuck's up with that, huh?
I
Yep.
don't know.
Can I roll
I
insight to
thought
see?
you were the bird person.
I guess. Hello, birds.
On hello birds, they start to kind of encroach upon the camp. It is surrounded by crows.
The forest.
No, I don't have any food to give you.
Yep.
As it were, Yeah,
A couple of them do croak out, food, food, food.
At pace.
you could. Some horse people passed by earlier tonight. You can fucking eat them for all I care.
I
Yep.
stand ready.
And then, of course, one of them croaks out a more complete sentence. We should have a talk.
All right. What do you want?
Just kind of hops closer to you. Well, we got off on the wrong foot, and now we've improved our footing.
Daughter of Athel Lauren.
So,
Quickly.
what do
Moving.
you want?
At pace. At once. With haste. Swiftly.
By the way, Mo, this bird is just caw.
Yeah.
And of course, Gouvet.
What do I want? Well,
Johnny, on the other hand, of course, is not.
I want to save the world, of course. What do you mean, what do I want?
Oh, what do you want so you can free me? That is my only wish.
Oh yes, freeing you for sure. Totally happening.
I have been around for centuries. I can tell a lie without too many problems. Would you like to try that a little harder now?
For the eternal.
Well, when the world is saved, I have no problem freeing you. What?
I don't know how long that will be. You don't know how long that will be.
Correct. We have so much in common. It's actually inspiring.
There is nothing to quicken that time.
Well, we're making haste. We have this tracking thing.
Yep. It seems to be paying attention to you, by the way, Johnny. Grinning.
What? And it's helping us know where Cook is. We can find him and hopefully avert this calamitous thing.
Yes, you're a hunter.
Yes.
Well, I suppose there is nothing I can offer then. Disappointing.
Well, of course, if you wanted to offer something, I wouldn't stop you from offering me something.
Well, without knowing what you'd want, what can I offer?
Well, I want some way to try and save the world better, faster.
That is too vague.
Well, if I'm honest, I'm not sure how to do this faster than we are, but I feel like we're doing it too slow. I don't really know what to do. But I know that
Lucky I am no genie. Otherwise, I would be able to twist your words quite deliciously.
Huh? What is it? What is that?
If you wish for something that is within my power and is concrete,
Okay,
offer.
I can.
And the bird just kind of hops closer to you and just kind of caws out, food?
What's that?
Yep. The whole murder just kind of continues cawing food over and over again for a while. In fact, it's enough that eventually it wakes you up, Oyeko.
Mhm.
Just wake up hearing the word food cawed in a dozen voices, kind of croaking.
Okay. Johnny,
Look at these birds, ridiculous.
your sword talking to you?
No, these birds are getting food.
Beard Sword didn't talk to you at all?
Oh, it did earlier.
What did he talk about? Because usually these many don't show up.
It asked basically to get on with it, and it wants to be freed, and it wanted to know if it could help, and I explained that we're hunting cook, and it was like, nah, I've got no idea how to help, and it fucked off.
Where did it exactly fuck off to?
It fucked off to not in the birds anymore, and now all they say is food.
I mean, that's not the whole murder, but it's enough that it's annoying.
You have a weird relationship with that sword. Truthfully, I probably would have freed it already.
Yeah, well, thank God
But-
I'm not you, Jesus.
Yeah, I can agree with that for different reasons, but... I don't know. I've had good experiences with demons. Strangely, they... more trustworthy than some people. I heard the opposite before I met one.
By
But
the
I
way,
gave you...
Goober, are you focusing on your thing? By the way, your
The
sense.
detection. Yep.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to tell you something, but I'm going to let this conversation complete first.
Mm-hmm.
How close is it to the end of watch, by the way?
This happened fairly early, so you were woken up probably halfway or so through.
Alright, well,
So,
I
sun's
did give
almost
you...
up.
I did give you that sword, so you do what you, I guess, think is best. Scary thought with it. But
I do.
I'd recommend getting at least on somewhat of its good side. I mean, it was helpful that one time I used it, it like struck that ooze with lightning. And as much as I hate magic, it seems to be from demons, so it doesn't seem to be anyone's sacrifice. But I don't know. Your choice.
All right.
And I will go back to bed. Or attempt to, amidst the crowing.
Seeing Oyeko lay
Yeah,
there.
unless someone breaks these crows up,
Well,
they're
I'm
just
gonna
going to
start throwing
continue.
shit.
Yeah, the moment you start to like kind of shoo them.
Actually, you know what? I don't throw
shit.
shit. Let's get this out of the way early. Motherfucker, you can eat something. Have as many crows as you would like, as long as it isn't mine.
Technically, yours is a raven, so.
True, mine is raven. Forgot.
Okay. So yeah, once it jumps one of the murder of crows, they all kind of realize the danger and fly off.
Now you're fed,
It
and
does
we don't have to
it
deal
does
with crows
chew on
anymore.
it. Yep. You know what happens in games when you shoot a bird and it just kind of explodes into feathers?
Yeah, it just turns into feathers.
Yeah, basically that's what happens when this thing closes its jaws on the crow.
Funny.
It just kind of explodes into feathers, and it makes a very, very gruesome chewing sound. You're pretty sure it didn't have to chew, seeing as it hasn't like chewed any of the rations you've handed it, but
I get it.
it might be getting something more out of the meal than just the flesh. Because the poor bird seems to last a little longer than you'd anticipate after being chomped down on by a dog creature.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely getting something out of it, given that it can eat like negative emotions and shit. So
Be right back.
So,
I could be as heroic as
also,
Johnny
the
Vanguard if I
updates-
just have it eat all my emotions, or eat all my guilt.
The update is you do sense a small troop of goblins walk into your area. Seems to be kind of along the trail that this thing is heading towards. And then the troop is gone. They don't move out of the area. They just stop existing in the area all of a sudden. As if many voices were snuffed out. Either they teleported or they were more likely killed.
I think a bunch of goblins just got obliterated. How far away was that?
It was pretty close to the very edge of your thing. It's probably like
I'd
4.5
say-
or so miles.
All right. Yeah,
So
so about
you'll reach it in like an hour or two. No,
about
less than
4
that.
miles that away,
mile.
a bunch of goblins just
mile.
disappeared. Which means either a lot of people just teleported, or a lot of people just stopped existing simultaneously.
Yep.
Let's
But other than that,
find out which.
the rest of the watch passes, and the sun fully comes into the sky,
How can I assist you?
and your next day of travel begins.
Oh, the pizza.
So, yep. You guys keep following the hunter, and at approximately about 2 miles or so out, you do see a structure ahead. Seems to be a solitary tower. Not crumbling, at least from like 2 miles away. Look, it does seem to be a built a tower.
The forest has spoken. Finding
Strange.
pathways.
I'll ignore that.
Seems to be built built. It seems to be along your path. So, and the creature the hunter is just going to barrel right through it, apparently. Well, right around it, but it is headed towards the tower from the looks of things. It's just following its path.
I have no issues with going it, but actually, where's this relative to like where the goblins were obliterated?
It's at least from what you can tell, approximately in the same location.
Oh, we should go around that.
Yeah, how come?
A bunch of goblins were obliterated there a couple hours ago.
Oh,
And by obliterated, I mean I knew they were there, and then suddenly they weren't.
oh.
Instantaneous.
Does that mean it could
You
have
can't
just
really tell much about the tower other than it exists from the distance you're currently looking at it from.
Does that mean
Because
it
it's
could
a
have just
tall tower.
transported them or something?
I mean, yeah, the two options are transportation or near instantaneous death.
Would the hunter be able to tell or anything? I don't really know.
I don't think
Maybe
so,
he's
no.
magically in tune with it or something.
Are you
I'm
asking
doing
the hunter or are you asking Gouvet?
I'm asking Gouvet.
no idea. I've never seen one of these things before.
I get the impression that it doesn't like me. And
Uh,
hopefully it gets the impression that I don't like it.
I'm going to inform the
Probably.
hunter that we are going to take we're gonna go around the tower. We're gonna give it a nice little berth.
Oh, I can run through it.
I mean, will
Well,
you be safe if you do
You
so?
can't run through it.
Will you be safe if you run through it? Can you die?
What's dying?
You cease to exist on this plane of existence.
Then yes.
How hard is it to kill you?
I don't know. I haven't died before.
All right, yeah, we're gonna take a wide berth around the tower. Just to be safe.
I might lose the trail.
Is it that easy for you to lose the trail?
No. But I may.
Look, we'll just go around the tower and just like don't touch it or something. I don't know.
Hmm.
Like the area around it looks fine, right?
You're still too far away to really even see the area around it.
We can
It's
still
four
keep getting
planes as
closer
far as you
then.
can tell.
Just keep going towards it at this point then.
All right. Yep. As you guys get closer, you can tell the tower is much taller than it really should be able to handle, as it's kind of built in the like Age of Empires tower type of thing, where there's a humongous room at the top and this tiny little
Oh,
well structure at the bottom.
Hmm.
It also seems to be somewhere near 100 feet tall, based on estimates. It does kind of look like a guard tower, though it doesn't seem to have any like ballistas or like really very many arrow slits. There's a couple from the looks of things. The area around it is cleared out of grass, but it doesn't look like it's been like blasted or stuff like that. Just seems like someone kind of cut the grass.
Weird.
It is about 100 feet around it, by the way. So this creature is not going to stray that far.
It doesn't seem magical or anything. Just seems like maybe somebody lives here.
And removes goblins from the premises.
how many
Well-
goblins were removed?
About 20.
20? And
Yeah.
it was like near instantaneous, or just they're there and then all of them are gone?
I mean, you noticed them for a little while, but when they apparently got close to this structure based on, distances, they just kind of all died. Or all were teleported.
Just to be sure there's no like corpses or anything here.
Nope. There's really nothing near the tower other than a bunch of very short grass.
I mean, maybe we just say we're passing by before stepping near it. I mean, the thing doesn't want to go. If it
Sure.
loses the trail, we're kind of screwed.
And I'm going to, once we're like within shouting range, shout at the tower, hey, we're just moving through. We don't want any trouble. We will be going around your tower. There's a thing that may or may not go through your tower and exit the other side without doing anything. Do not be alarmed.
Roll
The wooden door at the base swings open, and you see a person step out. They look
Howdy.
kind of drunk as they kind of are wobbling around. They just kind of wave at you.
I
They don't say
back.
anything in response, but I mean, they do at least wave in your direction.
Yeah, I mean, I'll also wave
Continue
back. Sure.
moving then, and hope that is a sign that we are not going to get fucking obliterated.
The person, by the way, seems to be wearing a robe along with a big, huge hat. It's not quite to the levels of like Vinhelm, but it's a pretty big hat, like around sombrero size.
Not even Big Hat Logan.
Yeah, it's not quite there.
They call him Big Hat Logan because his name is Logan and he wears a big hat. Dark Souls lore so good, dude.
Is that really the only reason?
Yes, that's why he's called Big Hat Logan, because he has a massive fucking hat. To be fair, it's a big fucking hat. It's like 3-4 feet across. So, like, it entirely makes sense why you would get a nickname Big Hat when you're wearing that fuck off thing.
So, are you guys going to stay out of the out of the short grass area, or going to kind of follow this thing? Because it is going to move through the short grass, not like directly at the tower. It is going to kind of move
I mean,
around.
he seems like waving, like it seems like friendly wave, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
he seems kind of drunk,
Mm.
so he's kind of like bobbing back and forth and just kind of his hands straight up and just kind of waving back and forth.
But he seems like he's friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, in Oyako's mind, even if he is drunk, if he was drunk, he'd actually be more likely to seem hostile because he probably wouldn't have any filter or anything. So she will go to the short grass.
All right. Yep.
Oyako
Move into the short grass.
Gets hit by 18 disintegrate spells instantaneously. Dead.
Nothing seems to happen.
Easy peasy. Move through the short grass.
Once you guys move within about like 50 feet of the tower, you can hear him. He seems like he's kind of quietly yelling in your direction. Like very, very quietly.
Watch out for the minefield. The what?
You can just hear him, hello travelers! Welcome to my tower! It's a beautiful tower! And then he just kind of repeats it.
It's a very nice tower, sir.
I guess there's like about a 10-second pause, and then he kind of repeats himself.
I mean, I
Is
will
this an
say,
illusion?
Would you like to try and break it somehow?
Sure. I just want to like look around and see like, is the grass he's standing on actually like flattened and shit like that? Like things that's like that doesn't
Go ahead,
work.
make an intelligence save.
Intelligence save.
That's how you break illusions.
Mm.
I mean, you look at everything, and while it definitely seems kind of weird that there's just a tower in the middle of nowhere, it does not seem to be illusionary. Or it's a really good illusion.
Well,
Yakko
Yep.
will respond to just go, yeah, this is a nice tower, yep.
He just kind of keeps waving.
A little weird, but continue onward.
Once you guys get within about 30 feet of the tower, as you guys are going to cross like pretty near it, he seems to step a little outside of his doorway and kind of walk in your direction generally. He still seems to be kind of like bobbing strangely. And you do see a couple of other people just kind of peeking out of the doorway. These people seem to have similar kind of happy expressions.
I don't trust this. I'll voice as much to my companions.
Yeah, I mean, they're not doing anything to us though, so there's nothing to really distrust.
I mean, there's their proximity.
Well, this person does seem to be aiming to move towards you at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they can move towards me.
Perhaps we should move quickly.
Yeah. I just gotta keep riding to go around the tower.
As you guys make it basically within, well, 20 feet on a little bit distant, he finally seems to move a little closer to you, and you can see his face, which seems to be kind of locked in a manic grin with yellow eyes.
Mm.
Oh, sick.
I'm Addy 5000.
He just kind of stares up at you guys. You should come in my tower. It's a nice glob. As his mouth opens wide and he spits a big green glob at you guys. You all make
This
me
is why I
dex
said I'm
saves.
Addy 5000. What saves are these? What
Dex
save?
save.
Dex save.
Curse you, character sheet.
That's wisdom, not dex.
Big 10.
I was in fact Addy 5000.
Damn, Lumpy's still rolling privately.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gotta
whoops.
move
I
over, Lumpy.
got a 4,
Yeah.
and no one
Nice.
can see it.
I got the second highest with a 10. Big.
Here, let's add the question mark guy. Oh, I'll just have him roll his things normally. So, reset. There we go. All right. So let's see. Well, Guve dodges it. Well, some of it anyway. You do get hit by some of the splash, but you're able to kind of duck out of the way for the majority of it. Well, about half of it. Because you take half damage on a success. For the rest of you, you take 29 damage as
Jesus
the acid
fucking Christ.
ball sizzles across your armor.
Up or down?
I think I always do down for you guys.
Okay. Good news. I am still slightly above my fucking bravery threshold.
I dropped below
Scraping by.
3/4 one,
I also dropped below 3/4.
but not half.
That
Mhm.
increased the bravery damage. So, yep.
Wait, so how much?
And now the thing has basically given up all freaking credence of I'm a person. As it starts to kind of stop its stumble and starts to kind of move towards you more more naturally for what it thinks it is, which is kind of slopping across the ground, the legs just kind of forgotten.
Shoot. Gun.
You should come inside and be a meal.
No, thank you.
I'm assuming we should roll initiative.
Yes.
Seems like a good assumption. Damn, not fucking great initiatives.
Hey.
No.
4 is good.
No, I was specifically talking about how I rolled an 8 and a 7.
Yeah, well, I rolled a 2.
But, advantage did in fact increase my initiative count, so,
True.
you take those.
Technically, yeah. Oh, good. This guy has same dex, so I don't even have to change it. Just hit the button.
Sort of like fight or flight.
This is not that much of a surprise, I'm sure.
Sun Tzu is the art of war. Meme them until they cry, then make memes about them crying.
Raul is just going to move away from the combat.
Yeah.
Checks out.
He's unarmed, so well,
Should give
besides her
Raul a
claws
gun.
and bite, she does not know how to use a gun.
I don't want to teach Raw to use a gun.
Also, doesn't know what a gun is.
I don't want to
so-
teach any of you people how to use a gun.
Fire stick.
All right, Mo.
Last time
Mo,
I tried to
you
teach
get
someone
the
how a
fire
gun
bite.
worked,
You
they
get
tried
your
to make
first
one out
turn.
of potatoes and forks.
Say that again, Mitchell?
You get your first turn.
Oh. Okay. Mo doesn't really want to get close to this thing. On the other hand, this thing seems to do pretty well far away too. So Mo will kind of keep.
Currently, it is 20 feet away from you guys. So it seems to be aiming to get closer, as you do see tendrils start to kind of break away from the form.
What kind of tendrils we talking? Like gooey ones or?
More like tentacle-y ones.
And what kind of damage was that? Glob damage?
Acid.
Hmm.
Mo. I was about to cast that on. Not gonna cast it on Jake.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
fuck you.
I'm gonna cast. Oh, God damn it! All right, I guess spells don't work while a character sheet is popped out.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, I just unpopped mine out. It's just
Yeah.
being a little nudge.
I can't even do it. It's purely for you guys.
I'm gonna cast this thing on Johnny Vanguard. I'm choosing
Alright.
acid.
Good choice.
Good deduction. I like it.
Wait till he shoots a cold ball next.
Oh yeah.
All its subsequent attacks are gonna be force damage.
I might have missed. That 2d8 there is for bravery.
The 2d6 is for bravery.
Oh. Yeah, that's what I meant. 2d6.
So the 8, the 8 damage.
Cool.
The 8d8 was acid damage.
8d8 was Theo's bravery damage.
But when he's low on bravery, he gets empowered, so it's pretty good.
I mean, that is a thing.
Yeah, he's doing it right now. Look at him fighting and flighting.
No, I mean,
So-
like, if you hit 0 bravery, then you actually can have virtue basically activate, and then you get buffs.
Oh, sick! I should hit
Yeah.
0 bravery more often.
I'm gonna move 30 feet away And then I'm cunning action to move another 30 feet away.
Which way are you moving? Like continuing to follow, or are you just moving away from the tower?
I'm moving at an angle that is. I can't tell where we are in relation to the tower quite, but like if
Here,
if
you know what? I'll make a map for you guys quick.
if Mo is the
That is town
tower
map. I want town
and
maps.
we are this
Yippee.
oh, if Mo is the tower and we were this chair right there, I'd be moving this way.
One second, I'll just pull you guys over
Sure.
here.
You need me?
Technically means I think I'm gonna have to reroll initiative because it's based on what scene you're in, but that's okay. I'll just pull them over from that.
As they say in
I go
business.
forth.
Whatever.
The forest has spoken.
All right, I'm not gonna have a token for this thing. And frankly, taking a picture of it is going to make it way too obvious. So, whatever, it's fine. Well, no, I can just use my stranger one. It's fine. Where be the stranger? And I need to pull you guys in. There we are. Oh. Did I make that correct? No, you should be a little closer at this point. All right. Oh, right. It's daytime. I can turn off the you can't see anything. There we go. All right. You guys can kind of position yourself a little differently because I'm guessing you guys have some sort of marching order, but stay vaguely in this area.
Okay.
Because it's 15 feet away from at
Oh.
least one of you.
I would probably be ordered by the fucking monster.
I mean, you can move yourself, so. Oop.
So
Yep.
Essentially, my
that's where I want to
turn
be is right here, but
is to
It's
move
it's
here,
far enough away from you guys. So it's kind of pulled away a little bit.
move there,
Alright.
and then move there.
And Rawl has kind of moved away at this point.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's Rawl in the far bottom right.
Yeah, this is Rawl. I just put her token in the. Oh, I think I.
I'm back.
Yeah, I
I
did.
was
Sorry about
wondering
that.
whose token that was. I was like, huh,
Yeah,
I don't
that's who
recognize that
Rawl.
one.
It was this or something else, but this is Rawl is a red furred kind of new.
dog.
Oh, wait, page.
Yeah.
I think page down is the secret tech. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah, to zoom in and out.
Yeah. Because I started to try to use the scroll wheel, and it started, being my scroll wheel.
So I got to pull everything back. Your hunter will just go on initiative count 0. It doesn't care, so it's just gonna keep going where it's going. Unless, of course, you give it an order. Gonna have it roll all and then pull all the initiatives from the other page. Oh, it doesn't do that. Very sad. So, Mo, Johnny, Cuvée, da. We're gonna do this. So it is not your initiative. It is basically what the initiative order is looking like. Inko Yeko is last. It's the one. Well, that works out. Yeah, that's good. That's what the initiative looks like anyway. So there you go. So this is basically the situation. without anything fancy. So,
Gotcha.
right, Samo, you run away. Yay.
Yep.
In the opposite direction. All right, Johnny.
Oh wait, which way is the hunter heading? I thought the hunter was heading this way. Is the hunter heading this way?
No, it's heading this way, around the
Oh.
tower.
Oh.
Yep.
Um.
Yep. Because you guys were coming from the bottom, so you guys are headed in this direction. So it's moving around the tower to well,
I'm just
get
gonna.
away.
I don't remember where I was.
Mhm.
But I'm gonna just say like I move somewhere. I'm here. I move 10 feet because that's what I did in the other situation to heal Johnny or
Yep.
cast spell on Johnny, and then I move 20 feet, and then I move 30 feet, and that would be my turn.
All right, Johnny.
I would like to summon a spiritual weapon as a bonus action. Next to this bad boy.
Yeah, heck. You know what? What does your spiritual weapon look like? Like, what weapon is it? Does it share your gods, or is it just another one?
Yeah, I'll share my gods. What's my god's favorite
Rock.
weapon? A scythe?
Are you Villains or Valence?
Which one's which?
Valence is the life god. Villains is the death god.
Death god, death god.
Yeah. So hers is well, yeah, basically a scythe. Which I don't think I'm gonna have, but I can look.
At your service.
Let me see
I'll
if I can
ignore that.
find
No,
summons. Here we
I
go.
refuse.
Highborn.
Maybe like an animated item could work just fine.
You called?
Yeah. Go back. There we go.
The chopper is in my hand, so I can smack you when you say
Thing,
something I don't.
please stop. Okay. That.
Proud daughter of Ethel Lauren.
Don't think it'll be. Well, here I'll just use it as a this because I don't need it to be anything special. I just need it to exist. It's not really a person. There is my downloads. Can't find a scythe, so you get a sword
That's
for
fine.
now. Anyway,
Looks like a scythe, guys. Very scythy sword.
there you go, sword. I mean, make it a little smaller so it fits the space. But all right, where are you summoning it?
In front of it, like here maybe.
Oh.
Slice.
Yep, so it spawns there.
Oh my gosh. Wait, hold on. When I
What?
cast a spell, it says, "Hey, highlight a square."
Huh, that's nice.
Huh.
Oh yeah, that's where it is. Yay.
Attack. Normal. Does that
Attack.
hit?
Normal is not enough to connect with this thing. So it just kind of leans out of the way.
I don't believe you. I think 8 totally hits.
Kind of goops out of the way.
On my own, I'm just gonna charge. Here. That's
All
the
right.
plan, right? Take this thing out, or is there a plan to run away?
Well, it's
I don't
the
think
play is
don't
now
think
to
we
take it
discussed a
out.
plan, but it seems like we figured one out.
Heroes purge evil. Get him, useful demon. Attack.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Attack.
it's a useful demon.
First
Both
one.
of those connect.
First one crits.
Sure.
The second one does regular
Pretty
damage.
crap crit.
Yeah, say lovey.
Mhm.
Let's just action surge and go again.
I'm just adding things. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not slapping you with damage. You'd be able to see it if it was. Another hit.
It's a little worrying that all your attack rolls are going down by. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I was noticing that too. I was like, oh fuck, there's a 16 coming.
Actually,
Normal
you know what?
damage.
Where's this thing?
Normal damage.
So I'm gonna have to do another private roll for you guys. Yeah. Why not? That's fine. Makes it nice and easy. So. All right. So. At least all of your strikes seem to connect to it.
That's good.
Yep. By the way, when you finish your strikes, your sword sticks to it.
Oh. Get him, sword.
All right.
Do the zap maneuver.
These are
Please?
Seems to be have been doing that for a while now.
Your orders are acceptable. Anything
Can I
is
sort
flexible.
of I'm holding it. I-
You can on your turn. I think I can just do it through. No, because you don't have it actually. RGP's HP. There we go. I can do it that way.
Can I offer assistance?
So that is not my mission.
Lady of the Azray. I acquiesce to
Anyway,
your
that's my turn.
request. Treading softly.
Sorry, I'm just calculating damage.
Never apologize.
How can I assist you? The forest has spoken.
Why am I bothering to do the calculation when I can just put each individual
My
number
journey
in?
begins.
There we go. All right. When you swing it that final strike and get your sword stuck, by the way,
Lady of
Johnny,
the Glade.
you and everyone else hears the tower seem to groan. They.
Johnny is stuck in melee. He dies without me being involved. Can't be prosecuted. If I hit the edge of the map, can I just leave?
You'll be outside of combat range, basically, for this thing.
I don't think I pot shot at it.
Alright.
In fact, I'll even use fucking Slayer's Prey on it as well.
Alright.
More damage.
Oh, whoops! I meant Johnny.
No. Johnny is it.
Yeah.
Slayer's Prey Johnny. Huh.
Yeah. Shoot monster.
Go ahead. Shoot.
You'll have to be more specific.
That I think is just a straight miss. Yes, it is. Just a straight miss. Second one cleanly hits though.
Miss my fucking nuts.
Rifle gets stuck.
We'll make it afraid, I guess.
Alright. What is that again? Wisdom save?
Yeah, I believe it has to make a wisdom save or it's frightened of being tall at the end of its next turn.
Oh no. It won't be able to get closer to you.
Well, it's more of the disadvantage. Also, really, it's more just the damage.
Oh no, that was
Oh,
your damage.
I hit crit on accident. God damn it.
Hmm.
So that is actually 5,
Jeez, it fails.
13, 15. All right, so that's actually 18 damage, not 34. I accidentally hit crit.
Alright. Yep. I mean, it seems to be hurt.
Also, did you say it actually
Unfortunately.
failed?
Yeah.
Pog. That's the first time something fails with it.
Mm-hmm. This thing is not especially brave, so
Yeah, that's all I got. I've shot it, I've done damage, and now I'm going to leave.
all right. So, Johnny, seeing as you're right here, it's gonna whip one of its tendrils at you. You know, it definitely is. Oh no, it's got disadvantage. so let's see.
Disadvantage. Fuck.
No, it doesn't care.
My armor
The
class.
21 is the low one, by the way.
Oh. Oh right, the second one isn't +7.
Yep.
I had a moment of like, yes, I don't get hit by that, and then it was all shattered.
No, the 17 is it doesn't get the 17, it gets the 14, which
Oh,
still
actually,
connects with you.
If I
So-
shoot it and I try to disarm it, can I shoot Johnny's sword out of it?
Not really.
Damn.
Yeah.
That would have been sick, though.
Starting out.
All right. So the tendril itself deals that much damage, and you're currently now stuck to it.
My armor class is 21.
This is my land.
It
What
is
tie
21.
goes to attackers? I am sad.
Yeah.
Meet or beat pain.
Yeah. So.
All right, I take 9 damage.
Meet or beat, more like beat.
I
I
had-
mean,
And then it's gonna do this funny
no,
thing
I-
called "Let's
hold-
bring my friends with me."
I have-
Yay!
I have dropped below half, so I take bravery.
All right.
Anything is possible.
I mean, it's not too frightening.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just kind of skitters across the ground towards you, Oyeko.
I'm at
Thankfully,
me,
it's not
bitch.
quite close enough. So never. It does just keep beating on Johnny instead. Lucky Johnny. All right. What does it get? So it's gonna miss with the other tendril at you. Oh no, actually, sorry, it actually does. I'm gonna count it as a 2. It gains advantage if you're grappled, and you're currently grappled. So the bite is just going to be normal. As its body just kind of splits apart at the torso and attempts to freaking nom on you.
Hmm.
The bite, unfortunately for you, goes through just fine. I'm gonna roll this damage separately because you're resistant to the second half.
All right.
So this is just piercing damage. This is acid, so you only take half of it.
I'm at exact 0.
You're at exact 0?
Yep.
Right. There you go for bravery damage, and you're unconscious.
Well, we really talked about Johnny's death, and then Mitchell was like, "I can make that happen."
I didn't figure all of you guys would go, monster! Oh no, run away! Well,
Why
seeing as
wouldn't
now
I?
it can move. Hello, Oyeko.
Hello, friend.
I can't
Hello,
move.
Mario.
I can't attack you anymore. That doesn't mean I can't stand next to you.
That's
With
fine.
nice sticky tendrils.
I
Yep.
had
So
no
Johnny is
intent.
just kind of like roughed against the ground as he falls unconscious.
Out of curiosity, the sword being stuck to it, does it look like it would be damaging to a regular sword?
It doesn't appear to it. It just looks like it's stuck.
Okay, that means we can use the katana.
Yep.
Because otherwise, I was gonna have to figure something else out.
Yeah, the tendrils are not acidic.
Punch.
It's just the bite and its spit.
Okay, good.
Which I actually entirely forgot to see if it regen the spit. Well, it doesn't matter. It does not.
And that goes to me, I believe.
Yep, minus you. I just
Okay.
forgot to do the spit reset
Yep.
because it has to check that every turn.
Well, I'm going to use a charge of Fighting Spirit.
Yep.
And start chippity choppitying.
That definitely is connection. Freaking heck, consistency.
Consistency. Wait, were they both 16, 19? Nah, no, they
Yeah.
weren't. How unlucky.
Oh, yeah, no. They were both 19 though.
Consistency, but not quite consistent crank.
And then I'll action surge. Fuck it.
All right.
Let's see if we can get some more 19s in the chat. Oh, all right.
Mm.
That I was like, no, we can do better.
Get some more 19s to go even further beyond.
17 hits.
First the crit. Ooh, really good damage actually.
Right. That's nice.
Double sevens on that one.
Yep.
But well, let's see. Do I have anywhere I want to move at all? Nah, this is good. This way, if it is trying to get to Brawl, it has to go through me. So that's it for me. That's my action, bonus action, and then second action.
Oh.
Oh, and isn't it? Aren't you supposed to roll stuff for the sword getting stuck or something?
Oh, yeah. It isn't an thing. It's just you stick to it.
Well, you were rolling something for Johnny, so I wasn't sure. Oh, that was probably his lightning, actually.
Yeah, I was rolling for lightning damage, not the sword getting stuck. Because you still don't know how much damage the lightning sword does, and because you haven't been friendly enough with it, you have no idea because it hasn't told you. Or actually, sorry, it doesn't go. Roll continues to move. Demon continues to move.
It was like, yeah, I like this play.
Well, the demon doesn't care. It's kind of ignoring this creature, and the creature seems to be ignoring it for the moment. Mostly because the demon's fairly small. It's only a small size, like, dog thing, so. In comparison to you guys, yeah, you guys are much bigger. At the beginning of this round, something does appear from the tower itself. Do I have something that I want to use for this? Not really.
A Rask token drops down. Oh!
Hook
There's
appears
so
from the
many
tower.
freaking Lancers
Hey!
tokens. Here,
The
we'll use
fucking
this.
Lancer shows up, Monka.
I think it's only medium size. Let me see. How big is this thing? God damn it. Are you not going to tell me how big this thing is? I'm going to assume it's medium. Da, 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 da. Okay, I'm going to assume it's medium. It does kind of look like this worm. As a thing kind of detaches, like part of the stone seems to detach from the tower and reveal the meaty interior before it kind of grows back. And then this thing is going to kind of, well, like a whip almost, move away from the tower. Up to here. As it starts to reach for you, Bouvet. Hasn't quite right. It hasn't moved far enough. It can only move that far this one turn. So, all right, Mo. Bad things are happening behind you. Ignore them. It'll all be fine.
All right, Mo is gonna.
Theo's going, why am I doing this again?
It's a waste of a spell if he goes down. So Mo is gonna move here. and I'm always gonna bonus action dash, cast Cure Wounds on Lumpy, and then with the
Yay.
rest of my movement, move there.
No, I don't want to make you invisible when I remove the token. There we go. Could you roll the healing? So let me know how much.
8.
That's not bad. For one tendril. Yep. You seem to be currently stuck to this thing as it's attempting to freaking attack Oyeko. It's just kind of gnashing. Continues to kind of sputter. Join us for a meal. Yes, join us for a meal.
Is it connected to this tower at all, by the way?
It doesn't appear
At
to be.
your service.
This like weird tendril thing
You
is,
need me?
but not it. This thing seems to be a separate entity.
Azray,
Either that or it doesn't have a tendril you can see.
can I offer assistance?
All right. Hey Johnny, you're awake
My
again.
journey.
You're also kind of
Dark
grappled
time.
to this thing.
Well, I don't think I need to move to second wind,
No,
so I'm gonna bonus action that bad boy.
that's a good second wind.
Am I constrained in a
You are
way that?
grappled.
Grappled. Do you mind refreshing me real quick on
What do you need?
the particulars of that status condition? So I take weapons
You
attacks
pretty much just
disadvantages.
can't move away. You can
request.
still
Yeah.
attack just fine.
With one minor exception to your sword is currently also stuck to the thing,
Right.
and therefore it cannot be swung.
I'm thinking I'm just gonna rip inflict wounds at second level.
How
You can
I
definitely do that, yeah. You are still going to have to touch it. Because it does not want you to touch it with your hands.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, because touch attacks are no longer a thing, it's able to dodge you.
Well, shit.
I'm going to say your hands still continue glowing, though.
Since I have extra attacks, can I keep swinging my hands at it?
No. Good try, but no.
All right, that's my turn.
All right. Guve.
I don't want to be here.
Yep. The tendril, by the way, is not talking. It just seems to be mouths.
Can I take a guess as to what the fuck this thing is?
No. You have
Good
no
response.
idea. At least not in the moment. Your brain goes, run, get away. This thing is freaking scary. Yeah. By the way, since you're the only one close to the demon, its mouth is just gaping wide.
What if I tell it to eat my fear? Do I gain bravery back?
Not quite how this works, unfortunately.
Damn. Would have been sick if it was.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, I really just want to fucking leave this situation. Because very injured. Does this thing look injured at all? Can we
It
tell?
appears to be injured, yes. Like it is kind of glob, but you do see the cuts have left their mark. It hasn't like healing them.
Mm-hmm.
So it does seem to be at least moving a little more sluggishly than it was before. A little more from manic to kind of less manic. Like it's still singing. So either it's not very injured or it just doesn't care.
Just gonna. I have no interest in getting near either of these two things.
Yeah.
And it
Probably-
appears to only be able to move 30 feet, which means it'll have to take a dash to get to me. And if it does take a dash to get me, I'm gonna fucking disengage and leave. I'm not fucking around here.
All right. It is going to go.
I didn't.
Does she have a shot?
And I actually take a dash. Yes. I'm
Yeah.
gonna take 2 shots at this guy still.
All right. That is a hit.
I'm
That
assuming
will
that one's
be a
a
near miss. Could you
Yeah, that'll
roll
be
a
great.
D2 for me?
D2, huh?
Yeah. Let's see who your glancing hit
2.
hits.
2 is good. I guess.
It would be. Had I not picked Johnny for 2.
It was
You're about
good.
You're about to glance Johnny into unconscious. Oh,
Could you roll
unlucky.
glancing damage against Johnny? And
That's
then roll for the normal shot against it.
We'll try and make it afraid again.
All right.
Actually, I need to.
So-
I should check to see exactly when that fear
So-
wears off.
I take that 3 there.
Ah, menacing is.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's right until the end of my next turn.
Johnny, you're fine.
it's still
Gubay's shot
frightened
me
at the
before. Like, that barely even hit you.
Fucking scraped you.
Heck,
Don't be
we
such a
even-
baby. Does it count as holding the objects?
It is grappling, so kind of.
Okay, so disarm says I can force them to drop an item of my choice that they're holding.
Yeah, no. It's not
Okay.
really holding. It's stuck to him. So
Well, yeah, in this case, it would
if you
be
count a
I'm
magnet
trying
as
to.
holding a fridge, yes.
Well, in this case, it'd be I'm trying to shoot through them and at the object, hoping that it has enough force to knock it away from them. It's not like I'm trying to shoot their hand. I'm trying to like hit the object to knock it away from them with the force.
That's what you're doing with me, right?
If you targeted the object in particular, sure. But in this case, it's not something that you can like, curve the bullet into hitting the sword and the creature.
Well, the sword's attached to it, so I was just gonna shoot both of them ideally. Shoot through the creature into the sword.
I mean, if you were on the opposite side of the creature, yeah.
That's fair. Shoot through the sword into the creature.
You won't be able to shoot through the sword.
No,
This
that
sword
I
is a
did.
magical sword. It's a little tougher than that. In fact, it'll probably get a little pissed if you shoot it.
Funny. We will we'll try and make it afraid again, I guess. Oh, actually, I could just goad it, but that if this counts as being part of this, then that's a little bit monk ass, and it's kind of the same result anyway. Frighten it.
Alright.
The fear.
I will attempt to resist being frightened. It again fails.
Gun spooky.
Well, at least you're saving Johnny from getting a advantage attacks. So
True.
Yeah. Really the only shame about this.
all right. So your turn ends and it begins. It is going to go ahead and attempt to slap you with its tendrils. Oyeko?
Hey,
Disadvantage. So
Yep. And that is a 17 for the
that
first.
still hits. I have a 16
God, you suck.
AC.
And
Now
that
this
was
one
also going to connect.
Yeah, this one shouldn't even be at disadvantage because I'm grappled, right?
You'd be grappled at that point. So it doesn't matter then. It still hits on a 15. So here, I'll just roll both attacks because you don't have any special resistance to it.
Yep.
So that's all the damage from both.
Okay, so that puts me down to below half, but not below a quarter.
All right.
Okay.
And oh yeah, you guys should have gained some because you got a crit. That's okay. I can do that now. Yay! You guys all regain 3 bravery if you've taken any.
Hell yeah, brother.
Woo. Oh right. Now it has to make a choice. Who doesn't want to bite? Yeah, I'll just have it pick randomly. It doesn't really care, so. Well, Johnny, you're the lucky winner of another bite attack.
Woo!
Dude, Johnny was a 2, then he became a 1. It's like, no, Johnny, fuck you.
Because he's a 2 because the creature's on the left. Creature is 1, Johnny is 2.
Yeah.
Now he's up and you're down 1, 2.
No, I definitely see the logic of it. To the point where you roll the 1, I'm like, I bet that's Johnny because he's above me.
Yep. Well, Johnny, you get lucky and do not get bit.
Oh, you
Fuck.
suck.
Oh no, wait, freaking heck, that's a 17, which is still a miss. So
Yeah, would have hit me. Huge dubs.
The
50-50s
fear,
in the chat.
baby.
and then it's going to go. Well, nah, it's going to go after the closest target. So closest target. Hello. And then of course you guys are dragged along with it
This fucking sucks.
Like
as it
dragged along in the
continues
dirt.
attempting to get closer to Yumo. The thing's mouth open wide. Oh, I should have checked whether or not it had its acid glob. Nope, still doesn't. So its actions wouldn't have changed. It would have just done what it did. All right, Ayako, you're currently stuck to it.
Yeah, and my sword's stuck in it, so I'm assuming I can't hit it with that sword right now.
No.
Okay. Do I notice? Are the tendrils like only sticky when it wants it to be? Like, are they not like sticking to like grass or anything?
It doesn't seem to be touching the grass. It seems to just kind of be like globbing along the ground.
Hmm.
Like it would be doing a what is it? Like the crawl, the kind of marine crawl, if of course its upper body wasn't like completely upright while its legs just kind of like wiggle across the ground bonelessly.
Okay. Well, no matter what's happening, I'm gonna use my second wind.
Mm-hmm. Both freaking melee people got immediately grabbed by this thing.
We're in melee.
Oh.
We're doing our job.
Okay. God, it really is wild how I have one weapon, and as soon as it's stuck, it's just like how
You can
useless.
try and pull it off, but
Yeah,
it does, of
I
course,
will
take
do
your
that.
turn to do so. Yep. So it's
If you
going to
want,
be
I can
a.
start handing you weapons. Just
Oh.
like, here's a staff, here's a knife.
Okay, Peter, calm
I'm
down.
trying to remember how the heck does it normally work.
I mean, I'm assuming it's probably either athletics or just raw strength.
Yeah, I would say it's athletics.
Huge dub. Did I have disadvantage or anything because I'm like grappled?
Because you're trying to pull the sword and not yourself, no.
Okay. Am I at disadvantage because of the poison, or is that still like getting
No,
better
the
and
poison
not?
is still, it's still kind of lukewarm at the moment. So
Okay, so in that case, just regular.
yeah, you yank the sword off. It doesn't
Huzzah!
seem to care much, but you have it now. Yay!
That's
Sword
good. I like
acquired.
this sword.
And remind me, for grapple attempts, it counts an attack, yeah?
Yeah, grapple is a type of attack you can
Yeah,
use.
it
So.
is a special melee attack, I believe.
I mean, does it count as an attack or does it count as an attack action?
It counts as an attack, so you can
Yeah.
And
you
if
can
you
attack,
want, you can
grapple.
swing your sword at it
Hell yeah, brother.
because you have another attack. That's a connection. I mean, your sword immediately gets stuck again.
Yeah, that's fine.
You do damage it again, which is good. No, it does definitely seem to be very, very sluggish at this point. Not dead, however, and still not any more unwilling to continue singing the inane "Come join us for dinner" song that has been singing over and over again. As for the other thing, it is going to continue its travels. Wish I could do it with tokens, but I can't. Yeah, I'm just gonna move it there. Because I just grabbed this thing out of my tiles.
Once again, the 35 movement speed comes in
I think it was
fucking clutch.
there, yeah. Yep. So it starts to kind of pull off in that direction. It entirely ignores the
Stay the fuck away from me, you little
a
monster.
hunter who continues traveling in that direction.
And I will tell it to wait there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Once it reaches kind of the edge of the grass, it kind of stops and turns around.
Don't run
Waiting
off
for you
too
guys.
far, you little bastard.
Mhm.
Proud daughter of Athel.
All right. Rawl, on the other hand, is going to show a lot more bravery than you anticipate. She's going to charge back towards Yumo.
Roll is a lot dumber than I
Isn't she
initially thought.
unarmed?
Yep. Well, unarmed as far as a Kaninu can be. Or Kainu. They still have claws and teeth.
They're gonna get stuck.
I mean, yeah, but
If I notice her running forward like that, I will say, oh, you probably shouldn't like punch or bite this
Rip
way.
and tear.
all right, Mo.
A very stupid action that I could do, which is I'm tempted to walk here, hand Oyeko a staff, and then walk here and hand this person a rapier.
Rawl.
Ral.
Yeah.
Do you seek a staff?
I mean, I'll use it, yeah.
You now have a staff.
Thank you.
Staff acquired.
You wish for a knife or a rapier or a bow.
Blades.
I didn't catch that one.
Blades.
Blades. Congrats, you now have a knife and a rapier.
She takes them.
And stabs you.
I mean, she has to wait until her turn.
But yes, that is coming.
Yeah. And then Mo will show her normal amount of backbone and bonus action over here.
Johnny, are you still awake? I mean, you should be. You haven't taken any damage, so.
Yeah. So bonus action.
Is Lumpy still awake?
Oh yeah, of course. Hello,
Mhm.
hi, it's me.
I mean, it's only 10. I'd be very disappointed with Lumpy
It's
if he's asleep.
10:05. I'll have you know.
Oh, sorry, time for bed. See you guys. 10:05.
Wait a minute. Yeah, you don't have work except for.
Well, I do, but
Cleanup
there are no
stuff.
kids tomorrow, and then after that, I'm done. So I want to move.
You don't have
bonus
work
action.
then.
Removed kids from the equation.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to move the spiritual weapon 30 feet to behind it.
The spiritual
Alright.
weapon only moved 20.
I think
Okay,
it
I
can.
want to move 20. Yeah, fine. Let me pull up. I thought it was 30 for some reason.
Expo. Should say.
Up to
20
20
does sound
feet.
right. Yeah.
20 feet.
I mean,
Alright,
it can
so
still
yeah.
move closer. So
We'll just move it here. Why not?
there it goes. It floats a little closer.
And now I'm gonna flail at it with my
Leaving
hand.
its area. With your hand.
Eh. Fuck me.
It once again moves away from your hand, not wanting to be touched by the
Since I don't
glowing
have-
white
your
hand.
hands don't get stuck on it.
Or no, what? Is Inflict Wounds? No, Inflict Wounds isn't necromancy. What is it?
No, it's necromancy. Oh, yeah, no.
No,
I
it's
think
evocation, isn't it?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Well, no, maybe I'm thinking of that. I don't know. What is no necromancy? Yeah, so they are glowing white.
Question.
Yeah.
Since I didn't have to spend any of my action casting that spell, can I use my extra attack to try and do a melee touch again?
I will say yes in this case.
How
Yes.
can I
Oh,
assist you?
We finally
Wait,
got
what?
it, guys. Eh!
There you go.
For the cat eye!
I'm gonna save you the damage roll unless you really want it, because it's dead.
I like damage roll.
Number big.
Number big. Dopamine.
Number not that big though.
Number
It's a pretty
pretty
average roll.
hefty. It's a pretty hefty.
Number
Could
Number
definitely
pretty
have been
s-
bigger.
number
Yeah.
is actually pretty significantly below average.
It
Sure.
seems big.
Average is 44.
Shut up, it's big.
I'm
So,
like
It's getting
yep.
confused
clocking
when you
in
The
below
monster seems to
average.
then just kind of
God, you only had 2 good rolls on there.
yeah.
Pain.
The monster at that point just kind of oozes out, but it does let go and ceases being sticky. So your weapons clatter off of it. Power, on the other hand, seems to have noticed you.
Hmm?
as you do see that tendril start to, well, look in your direction.
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
All right. I mean, you still have your movement, Johnny, because you're not unconscious and you've only attacked. So
I want to pick up my blade
Yep.
and head off. In this direction, sort of towards Geve.
as long as you don't play chicken with the tendril, then you guys will be able to make it away safely.
Absolutely.
So,
Yep.
yeah. If you guys beat it for the edge of the grass, then you're safe. So
Skedaddle.
we'll go ahead and end that combat.
Man, once again, fucking 35 movement speed coming in clutch.
Yep.
Fleet foot is sick.
So you guys make it away from the strange living tower. And it's apparently acidically, well, unfortunate creatures that live inside of it.
Fuck, that a gross thing.
Wasn't pleasant, that's for sure.
Thank you, by the way, Mo, for saving my life.
No problem.
Anyway,
It's unfortunate that I shot you.
it happens. I'm sure it was unintentional.
Well, yeah, it was. If I was going to shoot you, I would have definitely wanted to like shoot you in the chest. And was
Yes.
expensive.
Like I said, Johnny, it barely hit you.
Yeah,
Guve shot me dead on, so.
I forget why you did that, Geve.
That was an accident. I was trying to shoot the thing behind them.
That's crazy.
So, yep. You guys are able to move away from the tower safely. And continue on through the day.
Woo! I'm hungry.
Want to get some food?
I'm gonna get food at the end of the session.
How much longer are we going to go, by the way, seeing as it is starting to get late? We can go for a while longer, but more for Lumpy's sake.
I can go for about another hour.
Okay. That's approximately how much I was going to go. So, yep. You guys move away from the tower. And, well, thankfully, don't see it following you.
That's good.
No, don't see it following you. Not it isn't following you.
Freaking giant tower. You can see it following you.
Gonna be like that scene in Wrongfully Accused, gonna peek out from behind a tree, even though we're in the plains.
Why is there a tree there? I've been here the whole time. You just didn't notice me. Oh, I mean, it is a tree. It should know better than us.
The classic.
What's this from?
I don't
Wrongfully
remember.
Accused?
Some D&D meme I saw ages and ages
Yeah.
ago. I think it's about a druid who's trying to sneak up to a camp set up in like the middle of a field, and so they transform into a tree in a panic, and then talk to the guards who come out confused, and then rolls a godlike deception on it. I'm a tree. I've been here the whole time. You just didn't notice me.
Yeah, you are a tree. Sure, you've been here a while. You'd know better.
So, yep, you guys keep traveling through the day. Of course, the hunter not giving a damn about your injuries and just kind of keeping the same pace.
Imagine getting injured. Just fucking stay out of range, idiot.
My favorite part about that is genuinely the most concerned person or a concerned thing Oyeko is concerned about is she was worried her sword might melt. She's like, oh man,
Ew.
man, if my
But
sword gets
thankfully,
in.
these creatures don't do that.
She was like
At least not
narrow-eyed
standard.
looking,
Yeah,
real
on
close,
this
Standard
just
mainly
creatures
too.
might.
I was
real close, just
petrified. This
archery
was,
time.
yeah.
I
Actually,
just
should ask
thought of the freaking meme.
how injured is the party actually?
I'm actually okay. I have 35 out of 65.
Mo. Was Mo? No, Mo never got into actually getting damaged.
No,
All right.
Mo. I think Mo might have. Yeah, Mo got tagged by the acid glob, but that's I think the only
True,
damage
that
he
did
took.
happen. I also got tied by the acid glob.
Although I think you were the only one to dodge it. Mo took the full brunt of it.
Yeah.
Along with, of course, your other two companions.
So I'm gonna actually heal myself.
I mean,
Okay,
once
what's
you
your
guys
heal at this
move
point?
away from this thing, it doesn't seem to move. So you have
Yeah.
a chance to kind of rest and
So I heal.
recuperate.
Hey, I'm back up to full. All right, easy. Nice acid, dumbass.
Hmm?
So you keep moving throughout the day. You don't see any more of the centaurs, or of course, any more of these towers. So, in comparison to the last few hours, it's pretty quiet. You do sense a couple of small groups of goblins kind of moving about, along with a fairly large group of humans that seems to be stationary. Well, mostly stationary. But they're all kind of off the trail that this thing is following. So the closest goblins are about a mile off south. But eventually, the sun goes down, and you guys do see the very, very edge of, well, the area that you assume is where the city is, as the roads turn from dirt to like nice cobblestones. By the way, you've reached a road again.
I feel like we probably shouldn't go in there at night.
Yeah, and I'd also rather not go in while being injured.
Also reasonable.
So, yep.
Indeed.
You guys are setting up for the night. Are you pulling off the road a distance, or are you kind of
Yes.
just
Yeah.
sitting up near the road?
Yeah.
Right. So, yep. You guys can go ahead and roll perception.
Okay.
I don't know if Theo probably hasn't returned quite yet. So,
Oh shit! Double digits on the regular roll.
Oh my
Holy
god, Jake,
fuck!
it's happening.
Single digits on the fucking regular roll. Fuck.
yep. So, let's see. Something does, well, a couple of things probably going to happen, but first I should probably roll for the moon. Just a single moon out tonight. Not that button. It is just the moon of evocation. Dislike.
Hmm.
Orange glow. Well, making the scene around you guys and on the road, well, very well lit.
Which color is evocation?
Orange.
Orange.
You know, like fireball.
I like it. I like it.
Evocation. The color of, well, orange, the color of energy in this case.
Nice.
Who's
No, energy
back?
is blue.
Welcome back, Mo. Where are you going to have your watch? Or are you sleeping?
2.
All right. Go ahead and roll. Oyeko, you.
Hello.
Oh, let's see. How far is the watch? Is it? Nah. Just before halfway, you can see a small group of people kind of moving up the road.
Mhm.
Away from the city, you'd assume.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna fuck with them, and hopefully they won't fuck with me.
Yep. There seem to be 6 people once they kind of come close enough for you to really see them clearly, even with the moonlight. 2 seem to be obvious mages wearing long, well, long, intricate robes. Of course, with everything else. Red, the one seems to be closer to kind of a purplish, even with the color, the orange kind of mixing the colors a little. While the other is more closer to scarlet. The other 4 seem to be more akin to normal guards. However, one has, well, he has a spear and everything. He kind of looks like the normal guards, but he, well, is a sanguine elf, which is kind of unusual from what you've witnessed so far. And seems to, well, lose his costume when he looks down at where you guys broke off from the road.
Of
Mhm.
course.
Just kind of stares at it for a longer moment than you think is strictly necessary to stare at cobblestones before staring off in your direction.
I mean, I'm probably not very well hidden. I do have there's a fire lit in our camp, so.
Yep. It just kind of cocks and then just kind of keeps going until it's a little further than you should probably be able to turn his head before righting himself.
Moving swiftly.
He points at the 2 mages and just kind of points up the road, and they kind of, you hear them grumbling even from a distance, and they shuffle off in that direction along with one of the guards. The other 2, he just points back towards the city, and they, without question, just kind of salute and move back. He, on the other hand, vanishes, just ceases to be.
Oh. Oh my.
I will.
I guess I'll go and just like kick Uwe away really quickly.
Okay.
I mean, there were some people walking down the road. They saw our camp. What seemed to be the leader of them just vanished suddenly. So I figured, maybe he's just gonna like assassinate me without anyone knowing. So I should have at
Well,
least someone else up.
good news. Now he'll assassinate me with you knowing.
Hopefully not. And I mean, you said there were 6 people. He sent 2 back, 2 forward, and there was 1 still with him?
He said 3 people forward, the 2 mages and 1 of the guards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was the 6th, so. Yep.
I will call up though. I'll go, hello?
Yep. You're not sure if it's an answer or it just so happens that he decided something when you yelled, but there is an enormous kaboom as the road that you were on just kind of lights up with a fireball of at least light anyway. And well, it just kind of stays there for a few extra seconds before going back out and the darkness returns.
Um, was that like a response?
Nothing answers.
Hmm. We're just passing through. No intent to cause any trouble.
We're not being paid enough for this.
I'm not doing it for the payment.
I'm gonna
Nothing seems to emerge from the darkness.
take my gun and
communicate
go
with
up
you.
towards the road.
Hey,
See what the
no,
fuck was
you're
happening.
right. I'll get up and go with.
All right. Yep. I mean, you guys make it to the road. It's not that far a walk. And other than a massive scorch mark, there doesn't seem to be anything there.
I stand ready.
I'll poke around for a little bit, see if there's anything of note, and then I'll just head back and go back to fucking trancing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just go back to camp. Like as soon as I see there's nothing like inscribed on the road.
Yeah, no, there doesn't seem to be anything inscribed. I mean, you find a bunch of tracks, but you know, they're traveling up and down the road. So
Well,
the bunch of tracks being the guards and mages you saw. It's nothing special than that.
yeah.
But yeah. Other than that, the guards do not return, nor do the mages. So they continue down the road, or they found another way back. So you don't see them again until your watch ends. Well,
Alright.
after your watch ends.
And I'll just go to sleep.
Yep. So yeah, Guve. Your watch is significantly less eventful.
God.
I mean, you see a couple owls, but they just kind of hang out, hunting in the area.
Again?
You see some owls that are hunting like mice and other small rodents in the area, but that's kind of the most interesting thing about the night, at least during your watch. So eventually, comes to a close, and then you have Johnny. Ooh. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, you in fact don't see the owls, by the way. Rella, by the way, seems to kind of keep to your watch pattern. So when you wake up, she wakes up. Or Ralla. Rawl.
Poor lady.
Sorry.
Mo's
Another character
watch.
I was just reading a book and Ralla was one of the characters, so
Yeah, it's
brain
like
is getting stuck on that.
get
Even though it's
along
not
with Mo's.
I mean, she doesn't really care, it seems, so. Yep. And then Johnny, the first 2 hours of your watch are pretty boring. Once the sun comes up, it becomes a little more interesting as people start to kind of, well, move along the road. And a couple of them seem to notice you guys, kind of pointing you out and whatnot.
This makes me uneasy.
You know, none of them come over to actually like interact with you, but they at least do point you out to each other and to the people kind of nearby.
Right. Oh, I got my long rest, by the way, right? Because I woke up for third watch.
Yeah.
I always check before clicking that button nowadays.
Yep.
It changes things on my sheet. Well, if no one comes over or does anything other than glance or point in our direction, then I guess I won't take action, but I really am concerned that what we're doing is somehow against the law and we'll get fucking slaved. We'll see, though.
You're not allowed to sleep 100 feet from the road.
Well,
It's
maybe
illegal.
they have ordinances about that kind of thing. They have
Watch the
curfews.
guards take the slave action.
Slave.
No, you're thinking of the in-slave action.
Right.
Yep.
We'll have to get slave action proficiency real quick if that's the case.
I'm proficient in escape action. I don't know about the rest of you guys, though.
I'm proficient in murder.
Yep. But none of the people come over. There's some children and whatnot, but none of them are apparently brave enough or foolhardy enough to come up to strange adventurers. You do notice
The
that
other
most
characters
of the
ain't here.
people, most of the people do seem to be of the adventuring sort, or at least are like armed travelers.
Okay.
There's not very many merchants, though there are some. Most of those have the children, along with a couple of just normal kind of like people emigrating or immigrating to here.
Farmers walking around with carts and things.
Yeah, not so many farmers. It's still the heart of winter at the moment.
True, true.
No, it's getting to be the heart of winter because it's still early winter. But yep, eventually the long rest has passed for everyone else. So, and it is fully daytime.
Let us press on.
Yep. Well, you guys push on. And about 2 hours in, you see the edges of the city, which I
Manga.
believe does actually have a name. It's not just Catharst. I don't remember it off the top of my head, though. Dang it. I wonder if it is just Catharsist. Might be. I have too many documents about this, and they're spread too thinly. Let me just check. I think it is just Catharsist. I don't think the capital in their nation is any different. But I can check. Because you guys would know the capital's name.
Hmm.
It's one of those things that most people know. Mostly because it's told in stories of you probably shouldn't go here because it's bad.
Oh
I
boy, we
agree.
shouldn't go here.
And the capital of the place is very bad. Is extra bad. And name the same thing.
Karth. Yeah. Karth is the name of their capital. So yeah, you guys would know this. And Karth, in comparison to the other cities you guys have seen so far, it's obviously small. Like walking up to it. However, the city itself seems to be built into like an old rock formation, so the walls are kind of built around, well, in a crater, effectively. So the city kind of is built into the crater and has the rock formations as as part of the walls. So, yeah.
I see.
Proud daughter of
At about midday, you guys finally arrive basically at the walls themselves.
How can I assist you?
Huggies, we did it.
Yeah.
I changed my mind. I'd like to leave.
Made it all the way here.
Mm-hmm. He didn't stutter. Now that he's here, he's decided, this place isn't what I thought it'd be.
Abandon_quest.
Hey, at least this one you don't immediately die if you abandon it. Don't worry, you die later. Delayed timer.
And that's why I abandon the quest and take the fucking hunter with me.
So, yep. The gates are extremely heavily guarded. Like, below on the ground, there's 10 guards, and on top of the walls, you see another 30. And that's, of course, assuming there's none hidden in the wall itself. As there are definitely arrow slits in the areas where the stone goes from natural to brick. Walls, of course, are the same kind of, well, it's kind of dark, like, kind of black stone. However, this is closer to, like, kind of ashen gray than true black, like the Arathians have. Well, there is a line, though mostly it seems like it's for the carts. as they do have like a secondary line for people who are just walking in without a cart or anything along those lines. So, are you guys following that one? I'm assuming.
Yes. That makes more sense to me.
Sounds good.
So, the line moves very, very slowly. It takes you guys about a half an hour to get even really close to the front. And you can see why once you get there, as they seem to have they seem to pull people out of line, sometimes one, sometimes the whole group, and pull them into kind of a small building that they have built on the side of the wall, or built into the side of the wall. They have a conversation which lasts anywhere from a few minutes to significantly longer. And then they are let out and either allowed into the city or sent away. So about now, well, another half an hour later, you guys arrive at that station. A guard dressed in the same kind of scarlet armor that their guardsmen tend to have. Though this one is closer to full plate rather than the either breastplates or leather and chain that their normal guards tend to wear. And looks your group over. Which of you has the highest charisma?
I
Well,
have 8.
obviously, most high.
16.
11.
Lumpy.
I may have the highest charisma, but that may not mean that I'm the most obvious one to talk to.
Yeah. Am I gonna just have to look at your character, Lumpy? Are you muted?
You asleep.
Oh, 1 sec. Sorry. Oh, what were you asking me?
I was asking what your charisma was.
Oh, 13.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna let you choose. It's going to bark out. Who's your leader?
We don't really have one, I suppose.
I'm Ponet Oyeko.
What?
Oh, you opened your mouth first. And I'll pat you on the shoulder.
Just shrug.
Oh, this could only go well.
Don't get into
I
any
guess
fights.
that they're pawning this off onto me right now.
He just nods and then kind of waves for you to follow him.
Alright. I will follow.
All of
The
us?
other guards, of course, standing nearby. About two of them are kind of looking over the carriages and whatnot, and that line moves glacially slow because they are very, very thorough. The other guards, of course, keep kind of general watch on the rest of you guys. But you are pulled into follow him into the room. And it seems to be a, blank stone room with a table and 2 chairs and some sort of glowing rock or something on the ceiling strapped into a kind of iron holder.
Mm.
He sits down in the one furthest from the door, kind of waves for you to sit down in the other one.
Yep.
Just kind of folds his fingers, making a unpleasant clanking noise as the metal kind of, not seals together, but seems to fold together nicely. Like someone actually designed this armor to easily kind of do the evil villain crossing your fingers thing on purpose.
Can I offer assistance?
So, why do you wish to enter Cathar?
I mean, out of character, we're just literally just coming here to pass through to get
Yeah.
to.
We are literally coming here to get a boat. Or get a ride on a boat.
We're trying to get a ride in a boat.
To
We're not sure. We're following somebody. We have one of those hunter things.
some sort of tracking magic. I'm not familiar with magic, generally speaking, so I don't know how it works.
What organization are you working for?
I don't know if we're technically working for an organization, but
Lady of the Glade.
I guess our, and then in air quotes, employer would be a guy named Halvan.
He nods. You have some token of Halvon to prove that?
You have a note, right, Guve?
Yep, that'd be the letters.
Uh, my friend does. Do you want me to go get them really quickly?
No need. You just kind of see him make a motion in the air. And outside, Guve, one of the guards, walks up to you and holds out a hand. Papers from Halvon.
Sure, I will hand them over.
And about 10 seconds later, the guard pokes his head in, and the papers just kind of float across the room onto the table. And then guard pokes back out. He takes a peek at them, kind of ruffling them back and forth. Well, at least it seems to be from the person you claim it's from.
Hmm.
What magical powers do you and your group contain? And are any of you cursed?
I mean, I don't think any of us are cursed. If they are, they hit it extremely well.
I will say the magic that I am aware that Mo and
Lady of
Johnny are
Athel
capable
Lauren.
of.
You hear the scritching of a quill from somewhere, though he, of course, does not have one.
Lady of the Glade at your service.
What is your approximate stay?
I mean, I'm not sure the procedure for getting like a boat here or anything like that, but no longer than it takes to get a boat and that boat leaves.
He hasn't moved, by the way, like
Mhm.
through this conversation beyond to like break his hands to ruffle at the papers. He just kind of stares at you, his gaze seeming to drill into your head slightly. Could you make a wisdom save for me?
Mm,
Yep. You are able to fight this guy's, well, head drilling off, though only barely. He's, you can see the eyes behind the, well, the slit narrow. Do you have something to hide, traveler?
I mean this in the nicest way possible, but if I can't enter your city without you going into my head, I probably just won't enter it.
Well, I don't know what your intentions are. This is the easiest way for me to find out. Travelers say all kinds of things. We know our reputation.
Mm-hmm. It's not good. And if you'd like me to be honest, if it was up to me, we wouldn't be here.
Johnny's not here for this, correct?
No.
If you'd like to go into somebody else's brain from my group, you may do so. But every time you're trying to go into mine, I am going to resist.
He seems to consider for a moment, but eventually just waves his hand dismissively. If your only reason to come into the city is to chase someone down, then I see no reason to allow you to not come in. Don't cause trouble. Halvan's name only gets you so far here.
I could imagine as such. I appreciate you being accommodating.
Some of the council thinks he's a decent man, worthy of respect for his power and skill. We don't all agree on that fact, however. Have a nice day. Keep your head down and leave as fast as you can. Survivor with you. Then he just kind of stands up, the door swings open of his own accord, and he just kind of points at you to leave.
I will leave.
Yep. So you make it back to the group. The guards just kind of step out of the way. And the one that called for the papers just kind of like waits for you guys to go in.
All right.
Papers are not returned as note.
Mm.
I will ask if I can get those papers back.
They've carried you as far as you need them. Move on.
That's fine, Pin. They were under the
That's fine.
key items part of our inventory, and so now that
True.
we've reached that part of the story, they aren't there.
It's like when you get the fucking Resident Evil message. This key no longer has any uses. Would you like to throw it away? All right. Well, time to go to the dock or wharf, whatever they have.
So inside the city, it is packed. The streets are very, very narrow, are at least fairly well lit, even during the daytime. And all the buildings are about 4 stories or taller for the most part, though none seem to be above 6. Like if you think of it as a kind of medieval version of cyberpunk type of thing, close dark neon, it's a good image.
Hmm.
Kind of multicolored lights are everywhere from all the different magic running amok. Even some of the water doesn't seem to be water. It also doesn't seem to be other substances that you'd find running through cities.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And when it seems to move of its own accord, it's, well, less than pleasant. Also, Peyton, there's a lot of elementals here. Like, there's not as many as people, but you're getting a error too many overload.
Just start getting like a random nosebleed. I'm like, oh, that's probably not good.
It's the same thing you get when you get into like cities full of humans. It's just there's too many characters for you to currently be trying to track
Yeah.
them.
Turn on tracking and just fucking blood starts coming out of the ears.
Yep.
Like, oh no.
So, yep. Yeah, the boats are most likely on the eastern side of the city if it's anything like how the maps show where Cathar is. Karth. Blah. So, yep. You guys walk through the dark streets. With, of course, many vendors kind of hawking their wares. All of which seem to be magical in some way. Some almost obviously cursed. Like, even to your unpracticed eyes, they're obviously cursed for the cost that is being given based on the claim. Unless it's just a scam, in which case it's probably better. After winding your way through the streets for about another hour, you guys are able to finally pop out into the area that should be where the wharf is. You find a wall and another gate that's currently closed.
Is there anyone near the gate?
There is a single guard. It doesn't seem to be anyone on the wall.
I'll walk up to him, I suppose.
The guard on closer inspection is not a person. It seems to be a construct of some form, kind of like, well, animated armor type of thing. However, the inside of it seems to be glowing with fire. By the way, this thing is reading as elemental rather than construct, at least partially. And in kind of a jerky tone, the wharf is currently under construction. Please return at a later date. Thank you. Then it just kind of salutes, leaving a little string of flame through the air where its hand passes.
Where would we go to get a boat?
Query
The wharf.
unaccepted. Wharf is most likely.
But the wharf is unable to be gone to right now?
The wharf is currently undergoing construction. Please return at a later date.
Okay.
It does seem to like kind of improve its jerkiness as it moves through the conversation,
Mm.
as if it's like practicing. And that was just kind of its startup.
Is there someone we could talk to about the wharf's construction?
The wharf's construction is currently being undergone through by Counselor Vathek. If you would like more information, please attempt to go to the Counselor Vathek office.
Where is the Counselor Vathek office?
That information is not available.
Okay. Oh yeah, cool. Just turn to leave.
It just kind of pipes up a "Have a nice day" as you turn away from it.
God, this place is the worst. This place is the worst. I do not like this place.
Well, that guy's fine. He's an
You
elemental.
need me?
Elementals are chill. Well, maybe not him. He's a little bit hot, but you know. Can't win them all.
Your orders are acceptable. Going forth. The forest has
So.
spoken.
They thick. What even start? Is there? Let's. Oh yeah, because I was gonna try to look for some sort of like city hall or anything like that.
There are multiple tall structures that you can see just from here now that you're kind of out from the streets.
Mm. Closest one, head there.
Yep.
All right.
Multi-hall.
Yeah, they don't all seem to be like tall, large structures. Some of them seem to be towers. The closest one seems to be an actual like built structure that's that tall, closer to 10 stories rather than the usual kind of 4. So it kind of sticks out amongst all of the other buildings surrounding it.
Mm.
Yep, you wind your way through the streets. You have to kind of go through like a couple of these weird side streets where it kind of moves around that building before you're able to get into the area where it's built, as it seems to have its own little plaza it's built in.
Mm.
The building itself seems to be some sort of temple now that you're closer to it.
Mm. Does there
You
any
can
sort of
see
like
the same symbols that you saw on the buildings where you met Vil. Though this one seems to only have all the symbols kind of clasped into the same.
Bill.
but there's no like sign saying what it is or anything?
No. You'd assume people would already know what it is, and therefore it's not necessary.
Mm.
Keep in mind, these people don't like outsiders.
Yeah.
If you live here, you know what the symbol means.
Anyone nearby this area?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of people kind of milling around in the plaza.
guess
Most
we
of
should-
them seem to be magic users of some sort, but there is plenty of other people who are like slaves or other servants of some sort. Most of these seem to be humans from the looks of things.
Oyeko goes to kind of like get someone's attention, sees like that they're all magic users and like magic users or slaves, and just goes, "How about somebody else asks them?"
Yeah, I'll try and ask some people.
As you guys are kind of looking around, the crowd that's around the building all kind of look up in unison. Well, not quite in unison, but they seem to look over at the building. And after an extra few seconds, you guys hear a loud kind of and there is a slight cheer that goes through the magic users. Of course, the slaves don't join in unless they're basically forced to. And the building itself seems to glow with a red light before kind of suffusing back into the air.
Another successful execution.
Well, sacrifice, but yeah, close enough.
Hey, can anyone tell me what building this is?
Are you just picking someone at random, or?
Yep.
Yeah. So the closest person is a sanguine elf. Short, at least for an elf, like shorter than you. Her hair is, well, not there. She's entirely bald. But she just kind of looks at you quizzically. You don't. Oh, you're an outsider, aren't you?
Yes.
No, this is one of the temples of the survivor. He just points up at the symbol. You can obviously see it, right?
Yeah, I just didn't know what the symbol meant.
Well, it's the survivor's hands.
How can I assist you?
One to hold us together, and the other to help us become more than ourselves.
So is it
Love
about
is the only true path
self-betterment?
forward, of
Can I
course.
offer assistance?
After a fashion.
What was the name of the person who we were trying to find the
Vathek.
office of?
Vathek.
Vathek.
Lady of
Vathek.
the Azrael.
Do you know where the office of Vathek is, or when the wharf will be done building, or whatever the hell's happening there?
Just to give you guys the spelling of Vathek, in case you care. That is how you spell his name.
Yeah. I should probably write that down.
I don't know. I don't keep track of what that counselor does. It's a council of trade. Why should I give a damn?
Do you have any idea where in the city it might be? Can you point us in the correct direction?
Maybe. What do I get out of the deal? You're outsiders.
I'll stop talking to you.
Yeah, you'll do that anyway.
Oh, maybe.
Watch me.
I've got a lot of time, and I'm quite stubborn.
Proud daughter
So
of
am I.
Lauren.
Is this an
It
elf?
appear we're in impasse.
He's a sanguine elf.
More time than you.
I'll let you take a pot shot at that one right there,
Which one do you point at?
Johnny Vancouver.
Just instant deal accepted.
I suppose that would be kind of entertaining. Sure. As long as you promise you won't move. It's no
Sure.
fun if they dodge.
Hey, Johnny, hold still.
Huh?
So Johnny, you see this person whip their hand around, a couple of quick movements, and then you're hit by a trio of firebolts. In this case, scorching rays. Spell
Ow.
firebolt. How much does that deal? It's 2d8 per ray, if I remember
That was
correctly.
2d6.
2d6.
Is it
Scorching ray
2d6?
is kind of
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty weak one. But
That
they
is-
do all still slam into your armor and don't seem to care about it much.
Ow.
All right, so what direction?
She just kind of shakes her hand and looks at the holes. Oh, that's not quite that penetrating yet. Still need to practice it. It's over that way somewhere. He just kind of
Thank you.
gestures back towards the gate.
Start walking that way.
I'm just gonna second win that. It's part of it.
Hello.
Man, this place is great.
This place is a miserable nightmare.
This place is the worst.
So you guys travel back through the streets on that way.
Yep.
And after a bit of walking, you do see another building when you kind of break out into one of the larger plazas.
Building.
It seems to be a large tower that at least some like it kind of looks like a trade building. Like it doesn't really have obvious like bag of coins and other things, but at least its symbol kind of does that.
All right.
It seems to be currently like actively bleeding. Like they have it
That's
rather than water spouts, it has this red colored liquid that seems to be just, well, collecting on the roof and then spraying down through these like jar looking apertures.
that's fine.
Yep. You assume it'd probably be caught below, because otherwise it'd be spraying all over the street. And making it to the building, you do indeed see that there is a aperture at each of the four corners that seems to be catching that, and then you'd assume probably collecting it and bringing it back to the top. Possibly through magic, possibly through some sort of mechanical help. It's impossible to tell from just the outside look. The building itself seems to just be a fairly ordinary looking, but well, fortified guard tower. Doesn't look like any public, like, works building or town hall you've ever seen. It does, however, have someone standing in front of it that looks at least kind of like a butler.
Go up to them.
Yep. He's kind of a drab green and
These are
blue
dark
shirt.
times.
Well, I guess blue shirt, green, like kind of overcoat. And, of course, matching green slacks. He seems to be a human. Definitely getting on in years. Probably within like 50s, maybe like early 60s. He just kind of looks you over. Is there something I can do for you, sirs? Ma'am.
Yeah, can you tell us anything about the construction at the wharf? Like when it will be
Actually, only
finished?
one sirs, technically.
The great green flows.
No, we got Heath.
He does not count. He would
Heath
not
counts. Heath is intelligent enough to count.
Ah, the war. Are you perhaps a trader looking to get in?
No, we're actually travelers hoping to book passage.
Highborn.
For where are you booking passage?
I will turn to the hunter and ask what direction Cook is from here.
The ocean. He has not reached his destination yet.
Yeah, but like east, north, northeast.
Directions are hard. Across the water, certainly. Just kind of looks at you expectantly. So,
New World colony, I guess. Anywhere on the New
New
World
World.
continent.
Well, I might be able to get a few boat captains who are headed off that way. What exactly is your reason for traveling to the New World?
Trying to hunt someone down to kill them.
Ah, good pursuit for such, well, wonderful ladies and gentlemen. I shall go and find out for you, if you would wait here for hopefully just a short moment.
Be wonderful.
He turns around, opens the door into the darkness, and then steps in, pulling the door closed behind him. And you guys are left waiting. How long are you willing to wait before you get antsy?
I will literally find like somewhere nearby to sit down, and I will sit there for like 8 hours.
Oyako's kind of in the same boat, but more because she doesn't want to accidentally cause any problems.
Mo steps outside after 2 minutes.
You are outside.
Yep.
Further outside.
Mo steps into the
Mo
astral
gets
plane.
lost after 2 minutes. How about that?
It's just sit down, look around. Where'd Mo go? So about 5 minutes later, so Mo's gone. The man steps back outside of the door.
Walk up.
It just so happens that there are a few captains looking to move,
Anything
well,
is possible.
to do small raids in the New World in the next few days. There is one transport, but I'm sure that's not what you're looking for.
Neither works really. I'd say transport probably works better because we imagine he's going to be rather far inland, so it's better for us to just get in as fast as possible.
He holds out a small, well, he rolls out a scroll basically and kind of turns it a little, I don't know, a little towards you. He's still kind of able to read it, but you can kind of like read over his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And you see 5 names, 5 captains, and of course, well, 5 captains and 5 ships. And of course, their reason for going to the New World and the approximate destination. 3 of them seem to be traveling to the colony. One of them is traveling to a place much, much further inland. So technically, they're going to take a boat most of the way and then kind of get off closer to a place called Kundar or Kunsdar. And one is going to the southern area of the continent to try and, well, collect a good number of greenskin slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Pog.
I think we're the 3 to the colony. I think just get onto land as fast as possible.
The 3 that are going to the colony, one is kind of traveling up closer to the north, so kind of at the very edge.
Mhm.
One is going right into, not quite to is it Concord, but very, very close by. And the last one, which happens to be the trading ship, or the transport. It is marked as trading ship, but it is almost obviously an actual trader. Seems to be traveling to one of the smaller settlements, kind of at the other tip of the continent there.
Okay, so at the northern tip then.
Kind of at the other end of the bay from where the colony's
Okay,
is, if
that's
you
what
look at the map.
Yeah.
Which you don't remember there being a real settlement there, because that was kind of at the edge of where the colony's territory is.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's been a while. They might have had some people go out there.
Maybe go for trader. I feel like trader has the lowest chance of shit going terribly wrong.
I'm
Thoughts
guessing
from
you're asking the rest
team?
of the group.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know. Really, I don't.
Actually, do you know which of these ships is maybe the fastest?
Unfortunately, I'm not sure. You'll have to attack. You'll have to ask the captains directly.
And are they in the wharf by chance? Or where would they be?
Most likely, but not necessarily. They do have to wait the next few days until the wharf is available again for actual trading. So some of them have probably wandered into the city proper to entertain themselves. He does seem to kind of say that with a little bit of disdain. They will most likely stay near the wharf, however.
All right. I will just note down the names of the captains and everything.
Yep. I'll give you those, but we're going to be
Yeah.
done in a second here, so.
I will thank him for his help.
Yep. Of course. Council member Vathek attempts to do his best to keep travelers coming. After all, you are the lifeblood of our city in some ways.
I like to insight that just to see if he believes what he says at all.
I think
Go
he's
ahead.
being very literal, actually.
Eh.
Yeah. He seems to believe it.
All right. Well,
You don't quite pick up on the secondary fact of that,
Yeah.
though. You're just like, yeah, traders are important to cities.
Yeah.
Your brain doesn't go, yeah, but this is catharsis.
Yeah. Oh, so here's the thing. I just automatically don't trust the government official. I'm just trying to see if this guy believes what he's saying.
Yeah.
Fuck the
Unfortunately,
government.
with a 7, you can't tell.
Yeah.
As far as you can tell, he is being honest.
All right. Well, I guess it's time to go and find an inn to stay at or some shit.
Yep. It is starting to get dark. And people are already kind of starting to duck back into their homes. As you'd suspect that this city also has a curfew.
Yep.
I think we'll end before you guys go find an inn.
Sure.
I'll just have to note that. Then you guys aren't here.
All right. I'm gonna end the recording there. I'm kind of fucking hose mad.
Hmm?
What?
That's not a
Mhm.
pizza, Theo.
Well, there's one of my 2 things I made: brownies or pizza.
Brownies, yeah. I didn't hear what you said, but I heard it isn't
Thank you,
pizza.
Johnny.
It's one of my 2 things. Brownies, easy.
Oh, you know what? I went to Trader Joe's today, Theo, and you know what I got?
Pesto pizzas.
No, I should have, just thinking about it.
Bianca pizzas?
No, I didn't get any pizzas. I thought about it, but I didn't end up doing it. But I got sparkling stuff.
Oh shit, Ellen.
Yeah. They still have it.
There's people who have been bugging me to play a game with them.
Yep.
So I
I'm
will touch
sure
later. Also,
You're done.
something very funny about the recording. I did not record it until after we'd already had the altercation with Johnny, so I'm just gonna seem extra hostile to Johnny for no reason this session, which
Yeah,
is fucking hilarious.
I heard you after go, I forgot to record. And I was like,
I
oh,
forgot to
tragedy.
fucking record, dude.
I heard it. It's like I was in the middle of a conversation. Like, oh
Pain.
no.
All right.
Pain.
Talk to you guys
Tragedy.
later. And I'll actually see all of you tomorrow.
All
Except
of
for Jake.
us. Yeah,
Except
that's
Jake.
right. That's right. Walk away.
You know what, Jake? I'm gonna show up in fucking Canada Refuge just to say fuck you.
What
and
if
see you
I
tomorrow.
don't show up there just to avoid?
But here's the thing: that means I still win because it's
That's
keeping
fair.
you out of Canada Refuge.
Time
If you're
to-
having to actively change how you act to avoid me, that's a win on my part.
I mean, might not be active. Some days I don't go in there.
This is the Great Rift. Now the Canada Refuge will come alive. Everyone but
shit.
Peyton.
Pog.
And the Enclave.
I have another excuse to stay the fuck away from the rest of you people. Pog.
No, we just flee back to Stormy.
Ugh.
No.
That is an insult that I cannot stand.
Yeah, that's
How
not.
fucking dare.
You
You know
sorry, I
what? That's
crossed
so
the line.
insulting. Fuck you.
Sorry, I crossed the line there, man. Oh shit.
Look what you've done. Thursday Lumpy's just supposed to be racist, not. The heck?
I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
I'm sired.
Now I am gonna go.
What is happening? Are you okay?
Yep.
I'm a knight.
Brownie's not a pizza.
What is happening? No one can talk.
I'm a knight. I've been sired.
Oh god. Dio's changing it. He doesn't know what he's cooking. He said he's cooking a pizza and is about to make some brownies somehow. Oh
So
no.
Brownie
Oh
pizza.
no. And Mitchell forgot to tell us we leveled up before Peyton left. Oh.
That's
Oh.
hilarious.
Oh, and
No.
because he forgot, now he can't level us up until next week. Damn. Damn.
It'll work one of these days. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Hey,
Alright,
I was like,
works.
when you guys went and just immediately got the hunter, I'm like, God damn it! Now you guys are just gonna leave Catharsis. I'm not gonna get to use this place anymore. And I
dude,
was like, wait a minute.
Mitchell, we hate it here. We hate
I
it.
get to put where the dog goes.
We hate it
Now
here.
follow the dog.
No.
That's how the dog
DM's
ended up in Cathar.
The DM has stolen the railroad back. We used to be at the helm. We will walk in a straight line until the DM submits and puts the plot in front of us.
This
And
place is cool, but I'm also like every day we spend in here is a day where Oyeko will get closer to being killed and or imprisoned for the rest of her life.
I mean,
So
you've done a great job, Mitchell, creating a genuine ambiance that makes me scared for my character. Because Johnny, similarly to Oyeko, is just one of these straws is going to be too much for him, and he's going to do something real dumb.
I mean, that's kind of how they work. There's a good reason why no one else likes the Catharans. It's because they're assholes.
Good night, fellas.
They're secretive,
I
paranoid
hope you
assholes.
lose.
Yep.
Oh god. No, I like this place.
Yep. They're such a weird society because in some ways you have to admire their freaking tenacity, and in other ways they're just like, but their whole tenacity is based on freaking being assholes to everyone else.
Yeah, no, they're something, that's for sure.
And I mean, they have a freaking historical reasoning behind it. It's just the historical reasoning means lots of people have to die. It's funny that they're not technically a theocracy, but they're very close.
Yeah, no, I mean, based on how large that temple was and how people were acting, got that feeling for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because technically it's the council and the highest mages who rule, but it is very easy to rule people when their whole shtick is you can better yourself, you just need to sacrifice more.
Mm. Yeah, this place is literally the built to be anti-Oyeko.
Yep. In this case, it's more Oyeko was built to be angry at Catharsis.
Yeah. This was like the one place Oyeko never expected to set foot in.
Nope. I'm kind of sad you guys didn't go for the Kunstar, but I kind of doubted it. It was a maybe they'll take it. Still love directions are hard. Yeah, it's a demon. It's not gonna know directions. That way. Like asking a freaking elemental what time it is. What's time? That's a random concept you guys came up with.
How far, sun? And it's like, oh, sun this far.
I do like this place. It's just such a freaking awful place, and at the same time, it's like so fun to think of how freaking evil they are. So, I mean, it all has a point.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I was surprised they even let me into the city.
I mean, don't worry. You do one thing out of line, and you'll figure out how much they don't want you here.
Yeah, which is a little concerning.
Yeah. I'm not gonna just immediately drop a freaking like I can use level 6 spells on you all of a sudden out of the blue. But you will find out how easy it is to get knocked out when a bunch of guards with magic all of a sudden attack you at once.
Yeah, yeah. Being here, Oyeko is very torn. Because, like, if she sees a centaur that she can maybe help, she's going to try to. But at the same time, it's like, she's not sure what she's gonna do to try.
Yeah.
Because, like, objectively speaking, it's a terrible idea.
It really is.
But she did tell them that she wants to help.
Yep. I was looking at centaurs and I'm like, centaurs are like neutral good. They do not like catharsis. For good reason, because they're also captured and used as sacrifices.
Oh, God.
They're like, why would we like these people? Yeah, because Catharsis is kind of built in a very, very like plains region. It's just kind of mountains as their city. Because that was kind of their Cathar is or Cathar. Karth is their well, the location of their last stand. So
Mm.
there's a reason why it's critically important to them. Because it's where their heroes were born in some ways.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the Alamo.
Yeah, because I mean, the whole story behind Catharsis is it was one of the kind of two oldest countries along with Arathia, at least in the old world.
Yeah.
And Arathia has undead. They do a good job at defending themselves because they're hard people. And when it comes to making sure people can keep fighting, undeath is about as good as you're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, you kill them and then later on they just get back up. How OP?
But with Catharsis, they didn't have magic until like the very end. They were pushed to the breaking point, and then their eight people, the Council of Eight, or the Scarlet Council as they're called here, went and basically made a mass sacrifice, sacrificing a lot of their remaining fighters, and it turns out that much freaking blood gives you a lot of magic.
Oh yeah.
And so that turned the tide when all of a sudden you get freaking the ability to whip fireballs at level 10 at freaking groups of enemies.
Ah, the
And
10th
other
level
nastier
spells.
spells. Or level 10 casters. But
Ah. And all of a
especially
sudden you're
against a
able
foe
to.
that doesn't have the ability to freaking fight back with magic. And that's kind of how their entire society was built around. Was that act. And so that's why sacrifice is so closely tied to the central of their identity is it
Save the
was
ones
their
already.
spawning in some ways.
Yeah.
And it is what you start with. It becomes a central tenet of what you are. Sure, it's gotten a little bit out of hand at this point.
Just a wee bit.
But that's mostly due to the fact that, unfortunately, for a lot of their magic, it requires them to keep it going. And that means more sacrifices are required. Because, like health potions, the health potion like fountain that they have created, it can't keep functioning without additional magic force. And you can't get that through just the use of mages.
Yeah, no, you gotta have consistent.
So he sucks, but it's who they are. That's why no one likes them.
Yeah.
I do like a lot of the nations we have in this world, just how they kind of mix together and create such freaking chaos.
Yeah, no, this world is just like so fucked. It's wild.
They're
Out of curiosity, what's your least favorite of the nations?
least favorite. I don't know. I'm kind of a sucker for the ones I created, so it's a little hard to say any of those because I think I did a fairly good job at making them kind of interesting in their own ways.
I guess which ones didn't you create then?
I didn't create the colony. I didn't create, of course, the 10 followers. I didn't create Kunstar, and I didn't create the White Dwarves, which I don't remember their freaking name.
The White Gold Bastion?
Yeah. So I created I created Canis, I created Tanokamia, I created, of course, the three other nations. Oh, I always forget about the pit of Singuel. Singuel is a nation that you guys probably will never go to.
Sag.
Eh. So yeah, the 10 followers, the colony, the White Gold Bastion, and Kunstar, I think are the only ones that I didn't create.
And of
Oh
those,
no, yeah, Omsk I didn't create, but I like Omsk. It's kind of fit into the world very cleanly.
Theo made Omsk, didn't he?
Yep. I really like how they fit. I'm not gonna lie. They fit so well for this world.
Hell yeah. So they're probably your favorite of the ones
Yeah.
other people have made.
I don't know.
And
I like aspects of each of them. I
Mhm.
think it'd probably be one of the dwarven ones. They're just kind of dull for what they are. I
Mhm.
like the idea behind the White Gold Bastion. It's just because of where they're located. Like, I think they would fit so much better if they were on one of the other things and roughing it with the other nations. Because at the moment, like Canis and Tano are really like only vaguely aware that the White Gold Bastion exists, and same goes for them because they're very slow to expand. So eventually, like probably in the next 50 to 100 years, they'll eventually kind of run into each other and there'll be a big war.
Mhm.
But right now, that's not happening because it's mostly just border skirmishes and the halflings and the dogmen are fighting each other. So they're busy trying to conquer their little area.
Yeah, we like Omsk though.
Kuzdar is interesting. It's just, I think the problem is the dwarves just don't have as big a like positioning for where they are. Because
Mhm.
Kunstar is isolationist by nature. Like they stay basically in their little area. They have a little bit of territory, but unless you go there, you're probably not going to see them unless they have expelled dwarves. And the same goes for the White Gold Bastion.
Yeah.
So they're just kind of not relevant to the majority of world politics. Unlike like Jogans, while they're not relevant to old world politics, they're definitely relevant against the colony because those two are constantly at war. True, Jungant doesn't really want to continually be at war because they're kind of trying to cool it. They're like, hey, we don't have to murder each other, guys. But being a collection of tribes with a so-called king is kind of hard to do that.
Mm. Yeah,
Because
that'll
they
do
do
it.
have a king. There is leaders. It's just trying to convince 1,000 tribes to do one thing is hard.
Yeah. Just a bit. Just a bit.
Yeah. I like the old world. I don't think we're gonna see the northern continent, unfortunately. Canaan is just it's too far. And it doesn't have enough orcs is the problem. At least for
Yeah.
the main story.
Might make the final boss fight in Omsk. Gotta
Yeah.
go home. Well, home, air
I mean, you
quotes.
guys will probably see more of Omsk the more you travel along the ocean or stay near the
Yeah.
ocean. Just because that's where they are.
Oh, good, my people that I don't really get along with.
And we're back.
Welcome
Welcome
back.
back, yeah.
Oof. I think squadron battles are about to start.
Mm.
So
We're gonna go do that.
yeah,
Damn, you're gonna be making have brownies in the oven during squadron battles? I thought this was serious business.
yeah. Well, they cook on their own. I don't need to.
Well, you gotta go get them eventually. You're not just gonna
Yeah,
let them melt.
but like squadron battles, like each battle only takes like 10, 15 minutes. So
Fair.
and the stove turns off automatically once it reaches the time I set for it. So it's
Oh,
not gonna like
that's
die.
nice.
Damn, Theo's got a fucking 2025 stove. What is this?
I mean, I have a tiny stove that does that, but not my main one.
You guys are living in the future. I could burn my house down if I forget to turn the oven off. It's
Well, it's a little toaster oven. It's not really an oven.
oh yeah.
Yeah, it has a timer on it. Which is good because I usually just leave it on because I don't know sometimes how much I need to cook things. I just cook them until they're done.
Mhm.
And so I just leave it on. And I've been remembering in more recent days to just turn it on for the timer so I don't accidentally burn the house down.